Now we, Ron called the roll call. Sorry. Turn that off.
Unless, Andy, I don't think any other trustees or board members have come in, then when I call roll, so unless you
Yeah.
want me to, I don't
Okay,
think
yeah.
we need to call
Anybody?
roll again, I got the.
Yeah, I think-
understand.
There's some, on the guest, there is a guest, sheet. Yep, and RJ, he's, here now, so we can, you're actually an alternate, right?
Oh, yeah, RJ,
You're an alternate, so you can move up to.
you're alternate for Swanee
For
River.
Swanee River, you're an alternate?
Take the hot
Yeah, but, oh, yep. Yes. You get to move up to the big table.
They turn down.
She might want to run.
Yeah, you don't wanna run away. And the guest, there is a guest sheet running around somewhere. Over here. Okay. Is there any housekeeping announcements?
Yes.
Okay, Ron?
Housekeeping announcements, if you've not been here to, the restrooms, you have to go outside, not to an outhouse. Right across this hallway, there's a door, you go out there and, two restrooms are right there. Or if you feel inclined, you can go on around, by the pool and there's another restroom over there. Okay, lunch, AGRE has paid for your lunch today. And, it'll be ready about noon. It's gonna be, a buffet set up in the hallway, and then we'll need to bring our food back in here. That's it.
Have a motion to adopt the rules of debate. Terry,
Second.
second by Michael. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. No, that's on call.
Well,
Have a motion.
so to approve it,
Yeah.
so we might move it to the multiplier.
Okay. And you asked for that. We have a motion to approve all the minutes from.
So moved.
Terry, second from Amy. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. And then now, we're gonna do something a little different. Is Caleb here? Bruce fine? Oh,
Did they, were they approved as well?
yeah, they approved, oh, sorry.
So-
I guess I said that wrong. We need to do, oh, okay, so we'll do Little Rock, so then now we have to correct one thing in the, on the special board meeting conference call. I noticed that in, Ron, when I read it, it was, the convention is not, IGRA's responsibility, it is the hosting of, so, it is?
I thought it was Salt Lake.
It's Salt Lake.
Yeah.
Well, that is this year.
No.
Oh, you thought it was
It's
Salt Lake?
it's always the hosting association.
Unless nobody turns in
Unless
a
nobody
bid.
turned in a bid, and then it's,
Then
yeah.
Andre has to go.
Okay, so that was the,
Yeah, I read
Yeah.
that too. I thought that.
no, that's
I
like,
thought that's what you said on the call.
no, yeah, so it's not IGRA's responsibility. Just wanna make sure that we have that, that one correction. With that one correction, do I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Terry? Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
I don't see this Caleb yet.
Well, I guess we can move forward, you might be behind your track or whatever. Okay. We were supposed to have a seminar right now, but we'll move forward, I guess. I don't have, much of a report, but I just wanted to tell you a little bit about, I went to the, Connect Sports, LGBTQ, seminar in Portland. They reached out to me, a couple months ago. Eric from, Compete Magazine, reached out. I attended this, seminar. I found it very informative, and I want to make sure that, Bryson goes to one also. I think that, we miss out a lot on people, communities, cities, states there's a lot of funds out there that we aren't tapping into, and there's a lot of, I know a lot of associations do use these, but there was, I don't know, 50 convention visitor bureaus, people, lots of hotels. This was a great conference, and these people, when I sat there, they came to talk to me about having our events in their cities and what they could give to us. What I found that we were lacking in is the documents that we need to have, and that's the reason I was talking about this information on these proposals and things like that on this document. I was discussed this a little bit with Lisa and stuff like that. You know, these people, when they came to me, they were asking me if we had this, you know, this proposal, and more or less it just gives all your demographics, you know, everything. Like if we're talking about, you know, the World Game Finals and stuff like that, we'd be handing this, and these people work for us. I found through this that, like, the state of Texas will give you up to like $200,000 in these special funds if you bring an event to Texas. So in talking to like the baseball, whatever, and all these women, all these connections that I made at this Connect deal, I thought was really valuable to IGRA. And what they told me is whenever they took the softball, you know, finals to Austin, they got $200,000. The least we would get is like 50. It can be 50. You know, I was talking to them, and Angela and Karen, all these people that had worked on this before, were so nice, saying, "Oh, I'll help you fill everything out." And your convention visitor bureau person, they help you fill it out. They help you do all the right things. And there was even a person we were talking about, you know, for Swanee River. It was kind of funny. They were talking about all these millions of dollars that they have in Fort Lauderdale to give out. So, you know, we're talking about, we used to have one of the greatest rodeos, you know, in Fort Lauderdale, and they have all these funds. And this, when they had these recent events, they were talking about what the gay community, you know, they brought back. It was like they were showing the sales where they had that event was like close to $1 billion, you know. So this means a lot to the LGBTQ, I gotta get all these letters in there, community. You have to get all that in there. Anyway, what I want everybody to get from this, and I will forward a lot of these documents that I had, is to use these people. And met the guy from Dallas, Joe Almeyer. He, you know, said, "Yeah, you know, I'll make sure that you have all the support." And so they connect you with all the right people where you get all the funds that you can get. I downloaded this Texas Trust Fund application, shared it with our finals committee now because of what you'll find. We'll talk about that later. But what I wanted everybody to take from this is that there's lots of funds out there that I don't think everybody taps into that are available. So get with your Convention Visitor Bureau person where these rodeos are being held or whatever, and ask them these questions, because I think you might find out that there's a lot of help out there, and they want us in their communities for these extra dollars. It was kind of like this, you know, when we talked about Scottsdale before or whatever. That's what they have to use some diversity dollars. They have to you know, there's funds out there that we need to tap into. Other than that, I just want to say that I look to all of you for help and guidance. Wow, after the November meeting, I took quite a few hits. You know, and I think I told everybody that at the convention, that, you know, I was asked to come up with Plan B, and because we didn't have all the answers for Plan A, we all chose Plan B. And we all chose Plan B as a group. But I took a lot of hits. And you know what? I'm a pretty tough girl. But the continued negativity out there, even as of today or yesterday, and concerns with me, lots of things, and I look to my board for support to make IGRA what we want it to be. Guys, here's how I look at it. When I read the post, or I read an email, or I hear something that's said about me, I think about, does that person really, are they really instrumental in IGRA? Have they done a lot for IGRA? Do they currently do something for IGRA? Right? Look at everybody in this room. We care, right? We take time out of our work, our day, our lives, and we come and we contribute and we want to make IGRA great, right? That's the people I care about, and that's the people that are important. And so I ask you as a board that when your members keep throwing out the negativity, that maybe that you address it to help that. Really, I'm asking you for help, because that doesn't get us anywhere, and those kind of posts and that continued negativity, we're not going anywhere. So I'm asking for your help here, because I think we can do a lot of great things and have a lot of fun rodeos, fundraisers, do a lot of great things for both IGRA and charities, but we really got to do it together. So go ahead, Michael.
Along those same lines, I saw the post and I saw people, responding back to people. You need to be in contact with your trustee. Your trustee is your voice at the board level.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm seeing, I've been around for a long time, and I've even helped behind the scenes putting rodeos together and what have you, seeing the cost and the amount of work involved. There are a lot of things that happen behind the scenes that these contestants have no visibility to. So sometimes I think they're speaking just from what they see and and they're not well informed. And so if the associations can go back to all of our associations and say, if you got questions or concerns, speak up. If you've got an idea, bring it, let's walk through it, but just don't assume that you've got all the facts. There was a lot of work that went into putting Scottsdale together. There was a lot of last minute work done to put in Plan B. And I think a number of people pointed out to the people that were being very vocal that the entire board voted to make that move. That move was not done by one person. It was done by the organization as a whole for what was in the best interest of IGRA. What's in the best interest of IGRA is not necessarily what is most convenient for me, but it's not about me. I'll leave it at that.
Yep, I appreciate that. And I certainly don't, I'm not saying, I don't mind people's posts. I'm just asking, just like what Michael said, to please inform them of the correct information. Everybody can, I'm never against anybody's post or whatever. I told you, I got thick skin. I'm just hoping that everybody makes sure that they inform them of the correct information. And if it's highly negative that hurts us, IGRA, please, help out there. Mary, you got a report?
Oh, well, you don't have to, but. Hey, everyone. So, actually, I've got just a little bit to talk about as far as our fundraising. As a matter of fact, our royalty team, they're doing a really good job so far this year. These guys, they've been working hard. So I'll make it short and sweet, but as a whole, the team, their actual requirement goals are about 11,600 that they're for the whole team. Right now, their raised goals combined that I have currently collected, this does not mean this is anything they haven't actually given to me yet, is at almost $5,000 already. So, wow. And that's not including, I know they've got money to give to me this weekend, and I just haven't met with them all. This is actually stuff that I've collected and turned in, or I actually have. So there's a lot more. Some of them are already actually met their goals, and they're continuing. So, and then for the actual total for fundraisers so far, so this is helping not just IGRA, but all together, including other associations like DSRA for convention and stuff. They've raised over $6,000. So the team's off to a great start. It's only February, so they've got all year and they're doing a good job. I just want to give them a big hand. So. They're going to be doing good things this year. So that's all I have at the moment. I'm going to let them talk later about what they've got coming on too. So.
Yeah, I don't really have an official report either, but I want to make some comments kind of along with what Candy's saying. Because I've experienced similar, not the same type of things, but one thing that concerns me is, what is IGRA's official means of communication? Is it Facebook? It's not supposed to be, from as far as I know, and we're not all on Facebook. But just recently, to show you what's happening, and as secretary, then I hear stuff, I don't know it, and then people bitch because it's not out there where it's supposed to be, and it gets tiring, it gets frustrating, and it's getting to the point that some of these people are starting to drive others of us away. And if that's what we want, continue going down the same path. But recently, there was something on Facebook. Again, I didn't see it because I'm not on Facebook, but people were saying GPRA had folded. There was no association. They have not folded. And that's where we run into problems. Stuff like that getting started. And it just really bothers me. So I wish we could determine what is and who is supposed to, how the communication line. Somebody hears one thing, somebody else gets something else, and then what do we have? Also, a problem that I run into constantly, and I would challenge any one of you to take this secretary position for even one day and see what it's like.
Thanks.
No.
When I sit down, and I don't mean to sound like this is a complaint, but it really is a concern, and it creates a difficult task for me. When I send out something saying, okay, our meeting is this date, this time, and if you have a report, please send it to me. And then I get the report this morning or last night. I'm not home. I can't get those reports to you. And we all know when the meetings are, and if we want to be part of the board and share, why not, be timely, as Candy had said, with everything. But that's pretty much it.
I don't have a formal report. The financials through December are posted. I'm still working on January. As of today, no association owes IGRA.
However, give him 15 minutes and the insurance will pop up. Right, before you leave. That's great. Okay, Chuck?
I don't have an official report, Ron. I'll send it to you shortly. Just kidding.
Do it on Facebook.
Yeah, there you go. You'll be right on that.
It's on Twitter.
There we go. We'll get them there eventually too. Just a recap of what the trustees and the chairs and vice chairs have been up to. We've been trying to establish communication and make sure we have everybody's correct emails. Kind of determining what our culture and structure is as far as how we as the vice chairs and chairs are going to handle rodeos and auditing rodeo websites to make sure that everybody has what we need to and keep everything as far as trying to standardize that information and make sure everybody has the same thing. It's being done in an effort to help and to assist. It's not being done in any effort to find fault with or ridicule or point the finger at, but we just want to start looking at the rodeo websites probably 100 days in advance of the rodeo to see that they're in compliance with everything that should be published at least 90 days, et cetera, et cetera. So I did that with Ron, but we were already behind because I really didn't take my role until January. But I did send that to Ron, and he was very appreciative of that, and, you know, there's some other things that we probably wanna look at to make sure, again, we're consistent with that. So, other than that, we're looking at some things in our meeting that we need to address, and I appreciate everybody's response. We're trying to be ahead of the game and get attendance of where people are gonna be at rodeos for the year, rather than kind of wait last minute or anything like that, so we can get commitments. And, try to get everybody involved in the checklist process and the review process. That's all I have.
We still have it, Bruce?
No,
It's really
no,
odd.
no.
That's pretty odd. Okay, well, we have a, we have a phone number.
I have his office number, but he's not there in Texas, so I
Okay.
don't have his cell number.
Not text, Collins, the cell number we can ask for provide. Or have a report.
He must be.
Okay. And then.
Tommy was trying to be here and could not get here.
Okay.
Likewise.
And then Ed Berry's one morning.
Ed sent one this morning, I can read it.
Okay.
You want me to read it?
If you want,
You got it.
I got it, but if you got it there, go ahead, sure.
Corporate report for corporate auditor report for the winter meeting at Phoenix, February 16, 2018. The report covering October through December 2017, 3 months review. Prior report to the period 9/30 of 17, reviewed October through December 17, had full access to the book and records and related reconciliations of IGRA. He reviewed October through December bank reconciliation. They reconciled and agreed to the general ledger. He reviewed the income statement and balance sheet for both months, which include a comparison to the prior year. The income and the balance sheet agree to the income on the income statement, and the retained earnings rolled forward appropriately. The income statement looked reasonable when compared to the activity of the prior year and activity observed in the general ledger. He reviewed the general ledger for deposit and cash expense transactions from October through December. There were 251 line items of deposits and expenditures. Some deposits expenditures cover multiple line items of detail. Using a random generator found at random.org, he ran a sample of 10% of the deposits and expenditures rolled up to 25 in the review period. All of the deposits examined to the general ledger, tied to the general ledger, as did all transactions for the expenditures in the sample of 25. So all the deposits and expenditures appear to be properly supported, either by receipt or fees found on the bank statement. All expenditures receipts support conforms to the IRS publication 463 rules on receipt limits. Additional work performed. Had multiple conversations, email and live, with the treasurer regarding if the former president signed any checks. He did not. Reminder, I asked about other spending mechanisms available to him, and he had access to a debit card after failing to get required receipts and no response from our former president. To our treasurer's emails, calls, and texts for the required supporting documents, our treasurer rightly immediately canceled all former president's access to the IGRA debit card. He examined another 10 transactions in addition to the original sample. Any transaction that contained Gross or Bruce in any part of the description. Of the 10, some credits were obtained. The net effect is $388.40 in expenses related to Bruce. The transactions are merely a spillover due to the cutoff dates, meaning that they were not new when reported previously. Only one was over $100, the rest were $25, and David received a refund of $394.40 on a prepaid hotel. The risk of those transactions in an IRS audit situation are extremely small, Ty Jerry. Reminder, none of the unsupported expenses, whether potentially legitimate or not, were the result of our treasurer cutting a check without support. They were all debit card indicated. I'm able to report to the IGRA board that nothing out of the ordinary was noted for any other transactions or person in the sample of IGRA transaction other than those noted above. He wanted to thank me. Please note that the internal review audit as prescribed by the bylaws and is not nor is intended to be an external independent audit performed in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles, and accordingly no opinion is expressed on the IGRA financial statements in this report. Respectfully submitted, Ed Barrett.
Thank you.
Do you need a motion to accept? Okay.
Yes.
Second.
Any discussions or questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Nay. We'll continue with the committee reports. I saw Roger. There he is.
I'll just stand over here, I guess. Hopefully you've all had time to read the report that was sent out to you. I have a couple of minor things that came up afterwards, just want to add. I talked about one of the things to do this year is writing letters to request donations. We also need to write requests for permission to post videos online. So as I find these videos and get some information there, we'll try to reach out to them and get approval for that. The materials remaining archives at Frank Carroll's home in Castle Rock, Colorado. Patrick Terry, I want to thank him for boxing everything up. There's 22 boxes of various size, plastic containers of various sizes at Frank's. In the report, it says that Frank is willing to store that in a storage with his furniture, but he's finding he's decided to keep more furniture than he had planned, and at this point I'm planning to go up to Colorado again and pick up the remaining archives and get them back to Las Vegas the last week of February, first week of March. And one other thing, I don't know who to talk to about this, but I hope that I can get an IGRA archives email address. Other than that, the items in red in here might need some consideration for vote for funding. I think I requested a budget of $750 for the remainder of this year, which would pay for a climate controlled storage unit 5 by 10 in the Las Vegas area, and possibly needing a table for that storage area and maybe minimal shelving, and purchase of some filing holders, etc. Any questions? I have one question for David. Over the past year, some items were stored in the CGRA shared trailer with everything that I think everything of IGRA's is out of there now. I picked up 5 boxes from there at Thanksgiving. Are we on a monthly basis with paying for that, or was it a one-time
It's
yearly
an
fee?
annual payment, and the payment was made before he moved everything out.
Okay.
So we've got space available. And, you know, if we need to move anything, we can move it. But, you know, we have to
storage container, we're pretty full. So if we were to put anything in there, it would pretty much be placed in what is currently a walkway. And it would all have to be moved outside when CGRA is ready to do their rodeo, and then put back in again, and then moved out again when they want to get their stuff back into the trailer. So I recommend that it all be moved to Las Vegas, and that's my plan if you do vote to approve for the storage area.
So we have an action, he is requesting, $750 budget. Do we have a motion to?
So moved.
Oh, they're fast on that one. Let's do Amy and Terry. You're pretty quick though. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes. Your budget is there.
Good, thank you very much.
Oh, wait a minute. Lisa has a question now.
What was that?
Lisa has a question now.
Well, earlier, or last year, year before, there were some things that Tom and Frank wanted to, some help on, scanning and things like that, so where do we stand on that as far as?
The majority of the rodeo programs have been scanned. Some from 2017 were just delivered out to Frank's house. I don't think he's had time to deal with any scanning on that yet. For the rodeo programs as they come in the future, we will work on, Frank's plan is to be traveling around to the various rodeos, so he may be able to pick up a program when he's there, and then as he has time, he can scan it. We'll try to get other programs directly to the archives so that if he gets it scanned, he doesn't need to worry about getting it to us. But so Frank's, I believe, still planning to scan rodeo programs as possible. There's many other miscellaneous items that Frank and Tom did not have time to catalog and itemize and photograph. My intent is to begin doing that, although that isn't going to happen until after March, because I'm not going to miss my 5 weeks in Mexico.
Yeah.
But we will be ongoing with getting that updated. As I have time, I will pull a box at a time over to my house, catalog what's there, file it, and get a photo for it.
I didn't know if you needed help or what.
You can always use help, but that's the problem was it was Castle Rock is right in Denver, so it was very difficult for anybody from there to help. I might look at some NGRA people and see if they might be able to give me some help on an occasion. But the plan is to start moving forward with that. One other thing in here that I had highlighted in red, and that is the woman that sent the belt buckles, and I have 6 belt buckles here that NGRA received from the National Reno Gay Rodeo in 1981, 82, 83, and 84. They're not fancy, but they're historic. If the National Reno Gay Rodeo had never existed, it's hard to say if there would be an IGRA today. And I will put those out on a table over here in an open space if anybody wants to look at them during the break. I would like IGRA to send a thank you letter to the woman that sent them. I have her address, and I think it would be nice to send her an acknowledgement of her gift so that if she wanted to itemize her deductions on taxes, she'll have a statement from us.
Absolutely, thank you. Amy, I think I skipped you.
That's okay. So my report, short and sweet. The deadline for new nominations is March 1st, and as most of you will probably remember, at convention in November, I challenged each association to make an effort to submit 1 or more nominations, and sadly the response has been thoroughly underwhelming. I have received 6 or 7 new nominations, which may be duplicative, I'm not at liberty to say, but the deadline is rapidly approaching, so if
anybody has any ideas, you know, you don't need to write an essay on the form, we'll do the work, but get the nominations in if you want your people to be considered for induction in 2018.
WGRF 2018, Lisa? Boogie, whoever's. Who all wants to, you might want this
Boogie, you got?
update on the 2018?
Yes, there is actually some, and please forgive me my tardiness. I've been up this morning trying to deal with some matters for this 2018. Just real quick, I want to recap the committee for WGRF. You know, Lisa is the chair, myself, Mac McMillan is the first assistant, Charles Hancock's the second assistant, Robin Cagle's third assistant. Rodeo Director at Large is Wade Earp. Committee members as followed: Mark Christensen, Chris Fairbrother, R.J. Michaels, Sammy Simpkin, Patrick Terry. I believe Gary Parker came back. Is that correct, Lisa? That Gary Parker said yes. The past week, we had actually put out, and this will probably be coming to the board, we're securing our officials. We voted on the black shirts, and the votes fell in this way. Judges, Jack, Tom, Amy, Rick, arena coordinator, Jeannie, shoot coordinator, Denise, auditor, Bruce, secretary, Ron, scorekeeper, Ed, arena coordinator, Cammie, and, okay, and then the announcer, David Smith.
All right. That's awesome.
So, I guess as majority of everybody knows, we had a small hiccup in the Diamond T Arena. Without going into too much detail, the owner had fell sick, and the siblings has decided to sell the facility. Unfortunately, they did cancel every event as of last weekend through December. Not only does that put a burden on finals, that obviously puts a burden on Texas, which we're 6 weeks out for that rodeo. We are working very hard to get some new locations for finals. We've got a couple that we've already, believe, have a few bids on. I'm still working on another 2 bids there locally. Not sure we want to go into all the details now on that, or you want to move that to later? Now, keep in mind, you know, obviously I'm still working. I've been on phone calls this morning, trying to lock down some more numbers. I could present what we have, or we could, you know, table it, you know, for whatever the board seems fit.
Okay, so, Boogie, we'll probably wanna, get rid of the elephant in the room there. As Boogie talked about, this was very untimely, unseen, really couldn't do anything about it. I think, I mean, you know, Texas is one thing on their own, y'all are working on that. Does everybody wanna listen to all the, what we have right now, in regards to options and what we're working on, or, Michael?
Yeah, I know you're negotiating, and sometimes negotiations can be sensitive, and so I would imagine there's probably some details that it's best that are not shared too broadly. just to protect your negotiating stance. Because I don't want something to be said that's going to suddenly make your favorite space become more expensive because we leaked out that that was our favorite space. So, I mean, I'd like a 10,000 foot view, but I don't want the weeds to protect your negotiating capability and to protect us financially.
Okay, that's a very good idea. So why don't we, is everybody okay with tabling it, letting Boogie, finish out, and then they'll propose all our options? Is everybody okay with that? Michael?
What kind of time frame are we looking at? 'Cause
I would say we're only talking about a few days, less than a week.
okay.
That is correct.
So we'll probably have to call a special conference call, pretty quick after Boogie gets everything. We'll have all the documents attached where everybody can, look at it. This might be a appropriate time for, Sam and, I don't know if Chuck was on it, whatever. Last year, we tabled, Sam's part of the finals committee, so this might be an appropriate time for this to be spoken about. Last year, we tabled or changed our venue on Scottsdale because we had a lot of unanswered questions. So because Sam was boots on ground and part of the finals committee, I asked him to go meet with Carter and get all that answered. Because we talked about finals in Scottsdale in 2019. So is everybody okay with listening to a quick little report about that, or did you want that later on, or how did you want that to go?
I say we do it now.
Okay.
And at least it gets proposed out there.
Okay.
You can see what it is.
Okay, is that all right? Go ahead.
I'll preface that with one comment. When we discussed had the conference call moving from Scottsdale to Denton,
Yes.
and talked about the costs, and I'll make the right business decision to move it there.
Yes.
The one piece of very pertinent information that maybe I missed it, but I didn't see,
Okay.
was that Diamond T was up for sale. So there's no cancellation, no force majeure in the contract, no repercussions for us if this happened. I don't know, maybe I'm the only one who missed it, but that's a pretty hefty piece of information if it was missed, that was up for sale when we made that decision. So I would ask that any discussions on future sites and proposals be inclusive and not omissive of any information that could be so pertinent to the decision-making process.
Okay. And at the time, I didn't know that it was up for sale.
Okay, all due respect, Madam President, we had a conversation yesterday,
Uh-huh.
or the day before, you said we knew it was for sale when we made that decision. When you and I talked on the phone.
Sorry if I misspoke or whatever,
Okay, well, and
No,
that may be, but
I guess-
if we did know,
I
that
think
should
I
have
was
been
talking-
information that was a part of that decision.
Okay, I don't, it's sold a couple of times or whatever, and I think maybe I misspoke as far as.
And it could be, maybe
Yeah.
I misunderstood, Katie,
Yeah.
I mean, that's,
Yeah,
all
no.
due respect, I may have
I don't
misunderstood.
think.
I just, if we had any foresight that was, if it was for sale, or that it was gonna be for sale, my understanding was, and that's where my concern comes from, my understanding was that it was a kind of a last minute thing once he died, but we need to have protection in our contracts of cancellation, of force majeure, and acts of God, and shame on us for not making sure that was in there.
Okay.
Cause there's gonna be additional costs to move it.
Yeah.
One last, item, I'm not sure who controls all the, email addresses for IGRA, but if I could get the, sponsorship email address to go to Laura Scott, that'd be great.
That's what they're asking for one. Right, go ahead.
Currently, there are only 2 addresses on the IGRA website. Everything else is using a personal address or one that's the person is specifically set up. The reason I've tried to work away from using IGRA addresses is because if you set one up and starts getting spam, the next person who takes over that position is stuck with the previous person's junk. So what we're trying to do is, you set up a specific address on Google or AOL or something like that, and we use that one to contact you. And when you're finished with your job, or whatever that may be, then that will be thrown away and the next person can create their own. So they're on two addresses right now that are connected to IGRA. There's David Hill and the admin assistant.
Okay, then I'll just take it offline and we'll talk about this. The other item, I believe Ron had a copy of the sponsorship packet that was emailed to you.
That's on the agenda under new business. And I sent out to everybody, I don't know if you wanna take that now. They did go out to everybody, the sponsorship package that Laura took care of, or fine.
Sure, I think we skipped Sam talking about,
So we're ready for that?
yeah, and then we'll do the sponsorship
Okay.
package.
And then Boogie, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
The judges, everything's been elected, and can you double check your email and make sure I'm on it? Because I haven't received any information on finals since, I think, convention, other than Lisa contacted me one time.
We're working on
Okay,
communication.
I thought maybe as a stepchild, you guys just kicked me out.
Communication seems to be the key
Okay.
for everything.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Before he does his thing, can I just make a comment?
Sure.
You know, when we had the doubt about the grant money for Westworld,
Yes.
we had a special meeting, we had a discussion, it was talked about how important it was that we find a resolution to that doubt. There was timeliness because we have finals coming up. You know, we're 3 months advanced now, we have finals in 8 months. I was involved in communication where Carter from Westworld basically told us that if he needed to write a check to us for $15,000 to show us that we would get that grant money, and once we were done, anything we didn't get, he would allow us to keep that money. You know, we're 8 months away. Okay, are we going to open this again, allow other bids, go through the whole process and delay it again? Is Scottsdale, Westworld going to be one of those options, or do we make a decision, because I believe Sam has a lot of information on all of that, that we can make a decision and move forward?
Lisa?
All I was gonna say is I think we need to look at a lot of whatever has been offered besides Scottsdale today.
Yeah.
If that's,
Yeah.
Well, no, I think Scottsdale's an option. Nobody said it wasn't. I think there's gonna be 5 options. So that's the reason I was just allowing him to give them information, or we can put it with the package with all the information. What's everybody wanna do?
If,
Okay, go ahead, Scott. Sam?
if there's other proposals out, then just have them present them right now.
But he's not done with them all, and that's what we were saying we didn't want.
Right.
He's negotiating on some places,
Yeah.
so he's not finished, so that we didn't want the information to leave the room on what he's currently working on. Is that what you're?
That's correct. I mean, I've only been working on this on a week. I mean, so we got several other areas working on. So we're still trying to pull that data. I mean, I could tell you the venues, but I don't want to go into detail like he said. That way we're not putting it out on the street and then we're behind the 8 ball.
Okay, all right, so everybody, I'm getting the deal about weight, so how about, you put your deal in a report and a proposal. You'll need to one thing we have to do is ask Carter if that date is available, right?
It is.
Okay, then, all right, so we'll need to put that, you got it all in a report, so it'll be a proposal with the other, what do you have, 3?
3.
Other 3 proposals, and then we go ahead and set a date for this, special meeting. So, Jeff?
So I just have a question for clarification. I thought Sam was going to give us a report out just now on questions that you asked him to go get answered on why things fell apart a couple of months ago.
Okay,
And that was where that discussion was gonna stop.
Okay.
There's also a bid, I agree that the bid needs to be part of what Hoagie's putting together for any and all locations if we're gonna decide on it together. So am I incorrect in my understanding of what was just happening?
Okay, it's a little of both, to answer what you're saying. So the questions we had, are put out there, so there is an Excel that shows, because that's what most of the questions were financial, when it came down to it.
Yeah.
And additional charges, all that kind of stuff. So that's put in there. There's also little pictures of what the venue looks like and that kind of stuff, which I guess would be more of a proposal type of thing. So that's what I have prepared as a PowerPoint to just look at Scottsdale.
So I would recommend that if we are supposed to be hearing answers to why things fell apart, that definitely be presented to us so that we as a board have that information going into bid discussions, but that we not discuss the bid. And if that needs to all go to the bid, then let's talk about it at the bid.
Without going into detail, can we hear the 5 potential locations or cities?
Four.
Before.
No, you got more. got
Oh,
more
5,
forward.
yeah. So,
The ones that I'm aware of are Oklahoma, Albuquerque, Scottsdale, and Mesquite. Those are the 4 that I know about as of this morning.
Thank you.
I have a real concern that if we're gonna hear any type of proposal today, we don't have anything to look at in writing. I think we're gonna be right back where we were when we looked at Scottsdale, and we had all the questions, and then everybody got confused, and until we have it in writing for everybody to look at all of them at the same time for comparison, seems we're wasting time to me. And it's not fair that we don't see it to know what we're talking about.
Jack?
I agree, Ron, and I think that we also, based on at least the feedback I got from our association when we made the last discussion, is that in all fairness, we should probably put it out to our associations if anybody has an interest. That way no one can come back to this board and say, oh, well, I didn't know, or hey, we would have wanted to. So I think it creates transparency for us, you know, number one. And number two, I guess I would make a motion that we table this until we have all the bids together, and at whatever time in the week or 10 days, I know it doesn't help because it prolongs it even more, but in 10 days, we can have a special call and discuss all of the relevant information of all the relevant bids, and everybody's been communicated, this is what we're doing, so it doesn't appear like it's, not that it was, but what the perception out there was that it was a backward review. Yes, I made a motion.
Second.
Terry seconds.
Yeah, but you have to actually discussion on this motion first and then vote on the motion and then we can go.
Okay. Any discussion on the motions? Sam?
I agree with the diversity, or I'm sorry, the transparency, getting that out. I also just want to remind before we vote, we are on a time schedule that has for finals that has just close to 3/4 of a year to get everything put together. So just a reminder on that vote.
Can you clarify what the motion is? Was there a date attached to it?
He just said
No.
10 days, he was just, and that's what we were gonna, I asked Ron to give us a date. You want 10 days, a week or 10 days, what is that?
I have to give 7 days notice, so we can set a date once this motion passes.
Okay.
It's really out of order to set a date before the motion passes.
So,
Unless the date is more than 7 days, so if it's March 1st.
It can be more than, but, yeah.
So do we have a realistic time frame that you're thinking of? Is it
I think
10
it needs
days?
to be as soon as possible. I think it just, I just think we need to have a couple days to get out to our association, say, hey, if anybody's interested, number one, that way no one can come back and say, well, we didn't know. And then number two is that however long it takes to get the bids together, whether it's Albuquerque or Oklahoma or Scottsdale or Mesquite, so that everybody has a fair chance to say, this is what we're voting against, apples against apples. So I think, but I agree, it needs to be sooner than later because
Yep.
the clock's ticking.
We're kind of there. And for sponsorships and everything, that's where the trouble is gonna.
Absolutely, I
We're gonna
agree
get hit.
wholeheartedly. I just don't want us to have the same questions as we did last time, that people are like, oh, what happened? I mean, I just want people to be, you know, hey, there was 4 bids, here was all the information, and based on that.
Michael?
Question then, is your motion say, it gives every association an opportunity to go out and solicit or get bids and submit bids for final?
Within the next 48 hours.
No, it's not the motion, it's, can you read back?
Yeah, the motion is that this be tabled until we have all bids and then schedule a special board meeting conference call. His suggestion was then to get the information out to associations. That's not part of the motion.
Okay.
It wasn't to ask, that's the simple motion there.
Okay.
So all we gotta do is vote on the motion, pass it, and then we get the date set for the call, and everybody's got to be,
Yeah.
communicate.
Lisa?
I'd like to clarify what we're getting bids on, the venue and the hotel, or the venue alone? Because those are your two major factors, is your venue and,
Both?
no,
We will.
because if you can get a venue, but you can't get the hotel, then, hello.
If the intent is to open the bidding process broadly, beyond the 2 people that seem to be working actively on bids currently, then I think we need 2 deadlines. We need one for when bids must be completed and submitted for review, and 2, the date of the meeting at which the discussion and decision is intended to be made. And I'm hoping those are not gonna be the same day, considering if you take it literally, people may wanna put in a bid at midnight when the call took place at 7 o'clock. So is that the intent or where we're going? We wanna offer the opportunity for completed bids to be put forward and then have a meeting to discuss them? I think it's gonna have to be 2 different dates.
Need time to review.
Because we gotta get it, and then we're gonna, once again, another reason nobody wants Ron's job. He's got to then flip those bids out to the people who are going to be reviewing them for, God help us, at least some period of time, hopefully it's 24 hours, and then a call to discuss and decide.
But we can still, I mean, no, but that comes after the motion, because the motion is still, we're gonna put this off, rather than decide here today.
Exactly.
So after the motion, then we can decide those 2 dates if it passes, because it may not even pass, and then we would have to decide now.
Yes.
Okay.
I think the confusion in the question is it being, is it being opened up to anybody who can put a bid in at this point? Or is it just for the bids that they spoke about like this? I think
That's not
that's-
his motion.
I think
His
that's the
motion.
question.
His motion didn't
His,
say
his
that.
motion is just to,
Table.
table the decision of the 2018 finals for 7 days.
Yeah, well,
Okay, so any more discussion on that motion, then we'll go forward. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Okay, so now, so we know about the 4. If you're in, I can forward you that recent, bid that I told you about, if you need that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll put it out to this, I don't think this, Colorado is at all, I don't
Okay.
think.
No, but I have that, if you want that, I'll forward you
Okay.
that email.
No, no.
The elephant in the room is that, potential about the National Western or whatever, because someone had, Liz had forwarded, it was Quinn G, is it Jimmy?
Yeah, G.
Jimmy. He had forwarded a bid from the National, Western or whatever, and there was a little bit of misinformation or whatever, because everything was, but I can forward it to you if y'all are interested.
Thank you, I'm not at this point, but thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, so I think we're gonna go
I
back.
think there's enough
we're
good
gonna go
options
back-
out there.
We're gonna go right back to like before, but I just was letting him know if that's what he was needing, there was a bid that, yeah. Chuck,
Do we know if any other association is interested in submitting a bid for buying?
that's what I'm saying, does anybody else besides the,
Little Rock might submit something.
You go, girl.
Okay, well.
You gotta go by yourself, girl.
Well, I guess that answered that one.
Lisa, I
Happy
think
wife,
you're
happy
single.
life.
Would you like to rethink that answer?
I think you might be single when you leave the room.
That was important.
That was good. Okay, so, all right. So now can we, is everybody all right with the 26th, which is a Monday? Is that okay?
What time?
In the evening, well, I mean, we'll set
Seven
it,
PM Arizona time.
we'll set it where it's,
Can we do any
I
other,
missed what
that
the
Monday
time was.
evening?
okay. Do
What time?
Well, we're gonna, first we're gonna do the date, then we'll make sure that everybody's on the right time zone. Is that, okay, that's 7 days from this coming Monday.
Can we do, is there any other option other than Monday evening?
Great.
Tuesday, is Tuesday okay? Is that better for everybody on Tuesday? The 27th?
Yes.
Anyone?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Sorry,
Jeff.
so if that, is that call, so to Mike's point now, do we need two dates? One that says, especially if Little Rock is interested, that this is when you have to have your proposal, and if you're interested, and then here's the date of the call. I think that information is pertinent now.
Okay, that's what we were asking, any other association, so Lisa, go ahead.
I wanna, to me, I think you can get a bid in, or, you know, if I go back to Little Rock, I can have one done today. And I can have a hotel today. I think we ought to say to get your bids in by next Friday or whenever, and then have your meeting. We gotta have time to review them.
Yeah,
You can't just send them and cut, you know, have the meeting all at the same night.
and I have the contact of the lady from Scottsdale that I will forward, if you wanna talk to, that was at the Marriott, I have that.
I
You have
think
that
I
too?
have her information.
Okay, so you just have to contact her and, so that information, I mean, he's got that to see about the hotel at Scottsdale, so is having it in by next Thursday to give Ron a few days to get to us so we can look through it all the weekend and Monday, is that okay?
I got a question. Is there a deadline we have to get back to Westbrook?
There's not a deadline other than there's the risk of losing the date. Right now, that date is open.
So, the sooner we answer them, the better.
So that's the reason we're only talking about a week or 10 days away or something, so in that time frame, we can talk to everybody, and is that all right, Boogie? That work with everyone? The 27th? Oh. Oh, hey, there's phones on planes, what's wrong?
Okay, so you're saying anybody that has a bid they want to submit, send it to me by Thursday, February the 22nd. And then we
Thursday,
schedule
you
the
said, I'm sorry.
conference call on
Yeah.
Tuesday, February 27th.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what was the first date? Thursday?
Thursday, February 22nd.
Well, I don't have that much work to do. That's really gonna be on my because you realize what I'm doing.
So,
Well,
Hotels
I
won't do it.
I could email her, I can do that part, okay? If you'd like me to do that part, and I'll copy you, Chuck, anybody
if that's what you're saying, so we can get it sent out for our people to have time to review.
And who does it have to be sent to? Just to you?
Send to me, and I'll send it out to everybody else to the.
Very good.
Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute recess.
Yeah, I know,
I knew today. That's what I was. What are we doing? They said he needs 3 of us. Ah!
I'm just glad he's a man.
Oh, I didn't realize it was right in front of us.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
I gotta find out.
Maybe sometime I could use your hands.
I'm not.
$22 is not gonna get finished this year. It was a tremendous undertaking for Frank and Don. So now you're. But if we put out a request for award, it's gonna handle.
Oh, no, she did she come?
You want to check his email? Literally, I know, but you literally. I'm gonna remember on the page and make sure you know what time it is. Yes. Sorry, I've got it. Yeah. All right.
People are silent because they know it's uncomfortable. Number one. It's uncomfortable.
So anyways. It's going to be a world
Almost as low as you.
No. I'm drinking soda today, so I'm gaining more.
We're gonna have to understand.
No, I didn't know you had it there.
I plugged my phone before to a dead hour.
Right.
Looking at the airport. And you're like, 30 minutes, you know, you're like.
It's less time, but we can do it fine. Yeah.
The data's over on this side. And some would have, some have its name on it. This is Colorado, some.
It's just that we know you can do it.
Started in 76.
No, I wasn't.
They're got a more simple look. It has a color. Clark is good. So obviously more.
Cool, that's a real bucket.
And it says like that's really strange.
Okay, so
Hi, how are you, baby?
Double nickel this year. Hey, how are you?
Over there.
I love that.
Well, you look like you're busy. I was standing
Oh, stop.
It's a sickness, I guess.
How are you? When you left here, so did Rich. And now they're 20 in it.
Don't lie. Oh, I thought you were not trying to believe
And then when I come back at 7, you're gonna be voting. Yeah, but we're this year. This
Well, I'm thinking.
And that way he can get in and do his thing.
Oh my God, there's Amy! What are you doing?
Hey, there works, that works.
That's what I said. You gotta leave the room, right, Chuck?
Well, yeah, operator, but setting it up too, right?
If we take really good care of these, right back in the day, right, right back.
So that's why it still works.
And they pay us this time. It's getting.
That's exactly opposite.
Michael, when we were in Southport and Amy saw K5 on the menu, what was your favorite? You ready? 1, 2, 3. Do you remember that? See it again. We had it 2 weeks ago at my house. I'm 96, I'm 98.
Sam, give me that, what's the date?
Yes.
It was definitely at.
Right, dinner.
I'm not a boy.
Oh, here we go.
Get it till Tuesday. So we did Thursday through Monday or something?
Yeah.
What's the youth?
I'm gonna look up because I have it on the spreadsheet.
Okay, I'm gonna email her.
Oh,
Oh, the gallery.
What was it you that came later and said, tell us a story about I heard
and Monday is 29th.
because I don't have no brains.
Hollow heads are over here.
Yes, that's right.
Hot heads.
Well, I don't know how.
Always.
Being involved with Social Security.
You just saying hey?
Just say thanks. Does he feel better? Good.
It's kind of flat.
You were kind of raspy on my car.
They lasted 24 hours.
Bless. Oh, we're great. We're great. I did not. I last I sent you this one. Just finished. Here next.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll let you.
No problem.
We already voted to cancel the Palm Springs rodeo.
That's one thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you can have your birthday.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
What's that?
All right, we're gonna call the meeting back to order. Mary wants to make one comment about the people doing the, finals bids. So,
Okay, so, for finals, I know rodeo, hotels, the arena, just please, when you're doing your bids, make sure that there's a place that we can have a royalty contest. It's a big deal. We're talking either like an arena, a close by hotel. I really would prefer not to have a bar, just so family, friends, can attend. So will you please keep that in consideration for your bids, or any bids that put in?
Question for you. What are the days that you need that? Like, is it Friday night? Is it Saturday night? Is it Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday night?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to know quite yet, but mostly Friday night, Saturday night.
Those are the two big ones.
Because, and the problem is, it's gonna depend on how many contestants actually enter. So if we have 20 contestants, it's gonna have to be like a Thursday night, Friday night deal, it's gonna have to be a 2-night. If it's the actual competition, if it's, you know, if we have 10 people, then we can do it in one night, and then Saturday night would be the announcements, and step downs.
I think that's what we did this year.
Yeah, we did it all. The problem with doing it all in one night with so many people is it goes from, 8 o'clock till 2 o'clock in the morning, and people can't stay, and they have to compete the next day. So just, can everybody please keep that in mind when you're submitting your bids, please?
I think we wanted to move to royalty next because they had things that they needed to get to, so.
So as Mary had said earlier in her report, we've gone out with big blast this year so far, which I'm really proud of this group so far. They're phenomenal and are working really hard. For the folks in Arizona, we will be at the next 3 rodeos. So we will be here, we will be in Texas, and we will be in Palm Springs. We have 3 other fundraisers coming up. We have one coming up this weekend. We have one coming up on St. Patrick's Day, as well as one in April. And then we will be attending our local coronation in May this year. Again, these folks have been doing a phenomenal job, and if you ask for anything, we will gladly help you out in whatever we can do for you folks. So thank you. That's all we got.
The only other thing I want to say, for Christopher Webb and David, they got the fees all resolved, with Adam's help, so the fee is in the system now as $30, an event, so everything should flow much smoother.
But tonight you'll pay us an extra $10 per event where you pre-registered already.
Exactly, so, yeah.
Except.
So it'll be resolved, at least in the system, it's, correct. So that's all any other committee reports go ahead.
Can I interrupt on just a point of clarification?
Yeah.
I thought Sam came up here to give a presentation about Westworld for potentially us to decide for 2019, but he came up here to give that presentation. Is that not on the agenda, or?
No, well, now we're
For
proposing.
2019, not 18.
I know, but we're now moved it to a possibility for 2018, so.
But he came up here to present his information. He's been working with Westworld for potentially a 2019. Is that not being considered?
Go ahead, Sam.
Yes, you want me to present it, or
Sure.
is that?
For 2019, but, so then
Yeah, no, that's why I originally came here. I thought we were going to do 2019 stuff.
we recently came here to be the Red River trustee. Let's clarify that right now.
See, I am the stepchild. No, I thought that at this meeting, we were gonna take proposals for 2019 to look at, so people could present. Not necessarily voted in, or maybe we did vote in, we voted in, I don't know, but don't we do that a year in advance?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
And I think that then all of a sudden, a while ago, you came up with the thought that if it was available for 2018, we would do it. We were given the proposal for 2018, so it could be 2018 or 19.
Correct.
So.
Yeah, I'm saying that.
And that's the only reason then we said everybody was gonna get that 3 or 4 days. All those were gonna be for all of us to look at, and then we would decide. Now, if anybody, is there any opposition for Sam just going ahead and giving his report on what he was asked to get on Scottsdale, or what do we wanna do here?
If he wants to present for 2019, that's fine, but we won't look at we won't take that into consideration until we get the formal in for 2018. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Well, nobody's gonna, okay, I think the only problem with Sam is that it needed to be sent where everybody can look at it.
Okay. Well, yeah, no, it says it was selected for
Okay,
2018.
okay, excuse me. Go ahead. All right, Sam, would you present, please?
Okay, and let me say that Scottsdale really wants us there for the diversity reason. And they have tried everything. I mean, we've all gone rounds with them, and they have tried everything to get us in there. So I'm just trying to answer some of the questions of why we voted not voted Scottsdale out, but voted Denton in. Okay, go to the next one, please. Okay, so where Scottsdale is, it's a suburb of Phoenix. Everyone thinks it's so far away, but as you can tell right there, Scottsdale, it borders right up with Phoenix. It's not that far. And I don't know why the perception was it was so far away in the middle of the desert. It's not. Okay, next, please. It's pretty centrally located for a lot of the horse people. There is no place in the United States that's centrally located for all of us if you do the numbers and everything, but Arizona fits in there pretty well. How far is it from the airport? If you look, there's Denton to Love Field, that's 43 minutes. There's the Corona Ranch where the rodeo is this weekend, to this hotel, that's 21 minutes. From the Corona Ranch to Charlie's, that's 20 minutes. Westworld to Sky Harbor, 23 minutes. So you can see they're all kind of in there, they're very comparable. So it's not that far out.
How far is Westworld from Charlie's?
That I don't know.
Since they're a major sponsor, I think that's a.
17 minutes.
Important.
How far is it?
17 minutes.
17 minutes.
Thank you. Perfect.
Okay, Scottsdale is a world-class destination. It's a higher income. It's a pretty white bread type of community. It's also very Western oriented. So when we, that's where we fit in again, between our diversity as a gay rodeo and the fact that it is a rodeo, it's kind of the perfect fit there. Okay, but we won't be doing all of our stuff in the arena in the city. So that's Westworld. That's the aerial view of it. It's a very large facility. It's very well maintained, and it truly is a world-class venue for us. Okay, it's on 386 acres. It's at the base of Mount McDowell. It's a beautiful area. I don't know if you guys have ever been out that way, but if you have, it's one of the most beautiful areas in between central and southern Arizona. Has 8 outdoor arenas. I think you got ahead of yourself there. Yep, 8 outdoor arenas. It actually has more than that. It has 10 because it has a couple that are covered, but they're not truly indoor. They're just covered. But we're not going to be in the outdoor arenas. We're going to be in an indoor arena. So the indoor arena they have, it's climate controlled. It has 3,400 permanent seats. It's a sunken arena. They do the Parada del Sol, which will come up the first weekend of March here, which is a big PRCA rodeo. That happens in this arena. And there's 120,000 square feet in the space we'll be in. That's what it looks like right there. That's your arena. Okay. That's pictures of the Parada del Sol right there. A lot of the cowboys that will be leaving our rodeo are going to be going right up to Parada del Sol out of Tucson. One of the concerns that I'd heard about this arena was the dirt and safety issues. So they've agreed, and we put in the price already. They're going to put added materials, which they already have there on their premise. So they've done this before. All we have to pay, we don't have to pay for the material. All we have to pay for is the labor to get it there. That is a total of $100. So for us to get added dirt to our satisfaction, it's going to cost us $100, and that's included in the budget that I put in the whole thing. Now it does have binders for footing, for horse footing. So they've taken it to a science. This is what they do for a living. Everything's 90% of what they do out there is all equine related. RV spaces. These are Class A hookup spaces. Very nice. They're all around the facility, almost 400 of them. 30 amp and some 50 amps, has water. Dump station is on the site, so you can, if you use it before you take off, You can dump your trailer before you go home. The horse wash racks, very nice. They have pads. They have like 12 in a row. Each one has its own water spigot, everything else. It's best horse racks I've ever seen. Okay, cost. This is where we ran into where we didn't have answers to stuff. We were throwing out a number that was much higher than the number you're seeing there. Ryan investigated it. I investigated. We didn't come up with that same number, but we didn't have it in time. So without that information, we couldn't. This is what we realistically will get. Now there's another, I would say between $2,000 and $5,000 out there that we could possibly get, but that's not included in this total. This is what we know we can get right here. So $12,000 in grant money. So when you look at how it all breaks down, put in all the arena-related expenses, including stalls, all the extra charges. If you read their contract, it's fairly thick. So when you go through it, you have to look at every detail. Are they going to charge me for this? Are they going to charge me for that? I did that with a fine-tooth comb. Every charge that we'll get charged that's arena-related and stalls is put on there. Put it at 75 stalls, which seems to be the standard that everyone's putting out for arenas in our rodeo, in finals. And after you take our $12,000 from the total cost of the arena, it will cost us for the entire weekend $3,700. So it's an unbelievable Class A facility for $3,700 for the weekend for finals. Now with that said, Carter Unger is the guy that I'm working with down there. He has relayed in an email to everyone here that when the very first day I went in, he put his checkbook right there and said, I will write you a check for $15,000 if you bring this rodeo for 218. This is after we had already lost it. We had already gone on to Denton and everything. He was dead serious. And with that, he said, anything you don't get in grants, I eat. That's how much they want us there. So bottom line is, it's a great facility. It is world-class, not only the city that it's in, but the facility itself, all the amenities that come with the facility, and they want us there. So we're kind of the perfect fit. And that's the presentation for 219.
Gene?
I just have a question.
Okay.
You mentioned his checkbook gesture for to bring 2018 there.
Correct.
Is that an across the board offer? Do you know?
As far as I understand, I believe that offer is probably off the table. This one on there too.
Brian?
The grant applications, I've had a thorough look at what the grant applications require, and I would be happy to lead a team of people to submit those grants. You saw there was, I think, 5 or 6 grants there. They're all separate grants. They all require an application process. We would probably have to start relatively soon for 2019 to get those grants pulled together, get them written properly, and get them submitted in a timely fashion for 2019. But however, not one individual can write the grant because it requires lots of information. It requires information from David, it requires information from marketing, it requires information from some of our associations, etc. But I'd be happy to help pull that together.
Gene and then
I would like to make a motion that the board approve the World Day Rodeo Finals 2019 to be held in Westworld, Wisconsin.
Second.
Okay. So the motion is, because this was, the proposal was for 2019, so he's making the motion for we accept 2019, and Brian has so graciously offered to lead this team. This is exactly what I was talking about. It's the same it's a, takes a village or whatever, so anybody that wants to volunteer and help, and certainly anything I can do, I'll be happy to as well. So, any more discussion? Go ahead.
Brian Carter will help you with this too. He'll help you step by step, and he's very well versed in it because he's applied for most of these on his own.
Sure.
For his own reasons.
And again, I'd be happy to help coordinate the grant applications and submittals. I'm not a typist, I can't type, we need somebody who can type, we need somebody who has access to our financial records, and we need Tommy Channel who has access to our other records, our insurance records, all those things have to go into the grant. But I can look at the grant and make sure it's meeting the requirements to it.
Okay. Mary?
So, I think that place, it looks great, it's fantastic. And since we now, is that same bid gonna be up for 2018? And why I'm just asking is, should we, what I'm asking about is, can we wait for the vote till after we see where 2018 is gonna end up and then?
Well, no, wait, no, we're talking two different things, and I think people would take that in consideration after this is, if this is selected for 2019, then certainly I would imagine everybody would take that in consideration of other places. You know, he certainly can do it,
right,
but, you know, but this right now, as Chuck pointed out, and Sam had proposed, was bringing this for 2019, so we're just talking, we're gonna do that one and then.
No, I understand, yeah, I'm not saying it's for 2018, I was saying, should we hold the vote off until after we figure what we're doing with 2018 and then, or do we just want to go two different things?
They're independent.
Independent. Yes, I understand. Okay.
Michael?
I'm not familiar with the Scottsdale overall package. I see this takes care of the arena, but Carter Finals is the arena, the stock contractor, the hotel. So
Not in the bids, not whenever someone does the.
okay.
Any other discussion? Lisa?
I think what he's trying to say, we normally look at the hotel and the venue. And that was one of our setbacks too, was the cheapest hotel room in Scottsdale was pretty high up there.
It was $99.
Yep, $99, and I've emailed her, I mean, it was $99.
Or at least that's.
On that, which side of the street? Okay.
No, that's Scottsdale. And make sure it's in the Scottsdale.
Okay.
Dean?
I make the motion simply because of the fact that the questions that we had concerning the possibilities of additional charges seem to be answered to me.
Yeah, okay.
And I don't remember, as I recall, that was the biggest concern, not so much as finding a hotel that's reasonable. And that's all, I mean, so I don't really believe that we have to have all three components to determine if we're going to go to a certain location in general, to know that when we know that the location's a tourist area anyway, you can usually find something reasonable in those areas.
Michael?
I would disagree in a big way. You come here to Phoenix, you get a rental car, we're paying twice what we normally pay somewhere else. So if you've got a good deal on the arena, but your hotel rooms are gonna be $250 a night, that plays into the overall picture. So, to me, it's a package deal. That may just be me, and that's fine, but I think you can't just look at one piece and say, oh, this is where finals needs to be, and not worry about anything else.
Okay, well, so, the young lady that, had emailed me and the offer, and we can certainly, she said that she extended that offer, was the $99. It's Marriott, okay?
Yep.
It's very close to the facility.
Yeah, and the only reason I didn't include this in here, because it was so far out and I had the old information.
Yep.
So I didn't know if it would be valid or not, so I didn't put it in.
So,
That's an amazing rate for Scottsdale.
yes, it is. And she had, I clarified it, she, on the original, contract with them, that wasn't signed, it was for, it said single, and I clarified to make sure that was for double, and it was. So it was $99 for double.
That's awesome.
Okay? So we have heard, Jack, you have a question?
Well, they're not a question, it's a thought, and it's kind of related, but not really. That's awesome for Marriott. We definitely use the Marriott as well. You know, we work with their national directors. It poses the question that we get a rate of 109, which is good for Denver. Denver's expensive. 99 is amazing for Scottsdale. We should look at some point, some kind of, is we're all using a lot of the similar hotels, looking at it broad.
Okay, this was the same thing, I just talked to Lisa about this, same thing I learned at Connect. I spoke to the, another hotel chain, and he told me the exact same thing. He said if everybody, all the associations would discuss this and use the power of the numbers together, you'll continue to get great rates or whatever, and that was the one thing about the RFP, about getting our numbers right and using that for hotel chains, because it really helps.
So to address I guess what made me think about it, Michael, is that to address your point is that we have a lot of power as a group, and I don't think we utilize that.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Chop, chop. Okay, all those in favor of the finals in Scottsdale for 2019, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Great job, Sam. So, okay. Did we have any other? Okay. I don't think there was any more committee reports, right? Oh.
Women's outreach.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Go ahead. Women's outreach.
Morning, everybody. This is a basic progress report. We last met at convention. At convention, we assigned division leads. For women's outreach, Laura Scott is Division 1 for contestants, Christy Michaels for royalty and 2, myself for shoot and arena volunteers and 3, and Division 4, Lilia for membership. We've decided to keep those leads active. However, we are asking each member association to appoint a representative for women's outreach in accordance with the bylaws. I know it hasn't been done in a while. I think strength in numbers would help this out a lot. These representatives will be responsible for the Women of Rodeo pictures. We're going to try to do them at each event rather than just rodeo, so we can show the involvement of the women and all what the women are doing, as well as their home rodeos, if they have one, as well as encouraging more women to get involved in the respective associations. Member reps will report to their division lead, and the division leads will come to Lilia and I as co-chairs. It's been implemented to ensure the committee can be more successful while maintaining accountability within the committee to make sure. I know in years prior, people have gotten excited and then it wanes. We're trying to avoid that. We started adding women sponsors to the Women of Rodeo pictures. They're an integral part of our rodeos and should be recognized whether a part of the member association or not. Visibility and a strong network of supportive women will hopefully start to draw more women in, and recognizing our women sponsors may encourage more women to start sponsoring IGRA as a whole. Respectfully submitted. Thank you.
I think John Hill wants to address everyone, or social media.
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Thanks, everybody. Apologies, I did not submit a report. Unfortunately, the joys of sometimes traveling non-rev make me being in certain places at certain times not a certainty, but fortunately I was able to get a ticket this time. So the one thing that I did want to share with you is that social media is trying to be much more active and on a regular, ongoing basis rather than just around rodeos, having multiple posts per week on Facebook, and we're going to start activating a couple of other accounts on other platforms. This weekend we have 4 different contestants and royalty folks who are going to be posting through the weekend, trying to make sure that our fans are able to see multiple aspects of the rodeo, both behind the chutes and in the arena, and and at social events as well. So I'm encouraged that we've been able to get a cross-section of horse folks and rough stock folks and royalty who are willing to share their perspectives on that. What I'd really like to ask of the trustees is, please, any events that you have going on in your associations, please get them back to me. I'd love to promote them through our 3,000 or actually 4,000 plus fans that we have on Facebook, and hopefully we'll continue to build through other platforms as well. I sent an email that Candy had forwarded on about a month and a half ago, and I got 0 responses on that. We want to help amplify your signal. If people in other associations hear about your events, they might fly in, they might end up doing a weekend. We know that royalty folks do that all the time, where they go to each other's royalty competitions, and it builds a base for you. Please let us do that for you. The other thing that was in that email, and I apologize, I probably should keep my emails a little more concise, but the IGRA spotlight, the member spotlight that we've been doing over the last couple of weeks has been a huge success. The Todd Tramp post that we did got well over, it was close to 4,000 views, which is amazing because our group only has 4,200 members. But what's happening is people are sharing those posts out, and then more people are seeing it, and it amplifies the reach that we have. But more importantly, there are people in your associations who do a lot of work, are not as visible as other people because they're not president. They're not your #1 contested. They don't get that recognition, and we really want to help those people as well get the recognition that they deserve. So contestants, royalty folks, behind the chutes, in the association boards, we want to make sure that we're capturing all aspects of IGRA and the people that keep us a valid and vital association. So my email is cgrajohn@gmail.com. If you have people you want to nominate, all I need is an email address so I can get them what we would need from them. We ask like 6 or 7 questions and ask for a couple of photos. The photos help because the photos get liked and shared, and then that builds up the views. And also, any events that you have, you can either send them to the IGRA Facebook page through Messenger, or you can send them to me directly. If you have posters, if you have any photos that you want to share with it, I'm glad to do that. Even if you just tell me, I've created an event on our Facebook page, can you share this out? Glad to do that as well too. So please use us. We're here to help get your word out as well as the association as a whole. Thank you.
Could you give the email address one more time?
Yes, thank you.
CGRA John, John, @gmail.com. And please pass my contact information on to your social media folks as well too, so we can establish a relationship.
Lisa? I was gonna say that the WGRF has a Facebook page too, and we would like to get as active as the contested page is, as far as things that come out or you know, like here's your new venue coming up, you know, blah blah blah, after it's been officially posted. You know, we don't want to put out information that's not true or correct, but we are trying to build that page up too, to keep contestants and volunteers up to snuff more.
Absolutely, and thanks for mentioning that. We actually, under our umbrella, have IGRA University is still a valid Facebook page at the moment, and then World Gay Rodeo Finals as well too. We try to cross post where it makes sense to, but to Lisa, to your point, we probably could do more regular content on WGRF as well too. So.
I think that kind of goes to your closing comments from the executive board meeting was about official communication. I mean, just right here, you have 3 different venues of information being shared. Who's getting what is piecemeal, they're not getting it all. I just think it needs, somehow it has to be rallied in, and because, you know, Lisa has one, Chuck has one, John has several. I mean, and I think that's where people get frustrated that they're missing information because it might be one and not the other. So I think it goes back to a broader, more precise question: how do we communicate with IGRA?
And I can actually speak to that. So, I mean, IGRA the IGRA Facebook page is going to be the #1 source for anything IGRA related.
Is that the official IGRA communication?
Yes, so for example, when Candy posted about that.
Is it designated as the official?
We need to make that decision.
It's
No.
social media, so we still as a board communicate.
Right, but I think your question was earlier, social communication, right?
Okay.
That's how I interpreted it earlier from.
Okay.
But what I was gonna say to that is that we don't want World Gay Rodeo Finals and IGRA University to be just mirrors, because then why would somebody belong to all three of those pages? The ideal concept of those is to have content that is more specifically appropriate for those individual pages. And that's why World Gay Rodeo Finals really hasn't had a lot recently, because there hasn't been a lot going on that has been communicated out. But once the post was made to IGRA about Denton, we then immediately shared that information out to the World Gay Rodeo Finals page as well too. I'm always open to feedback as far as how we can improve how that works, but I appreciate where you're coming from.
Yeah, I was speaking to Candy's earlier point of our as a whole, what our official social media policies is IGRA. So that's what I was kind of seeking, I guess, clarification on. And to your point, yeah, thank you for clarifying. Yeah, I know that those are specific,
yeah,
but I can see how it gets frustrating because there's a lot of information out there. And you're trying to get as much as the other stuff.
It depends on what, we're talking social media, we're not talking, business at hand, so to speak.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sure.
Want to clarify, the first time you gave the email, I thought you said CGRA.John?
No, just CGRA John at gmail.com.
John.
Okay, I want to say exactly, Jack, what you're saying was my whole point too. I hear all these things on Facebook, but we don't know what to send to email. And what is the official means of communication? Are you going to force everybody to be, until we make a decision, we're not getting anywhere. And we're missing information. And, I mean, it's just too frustrating. And you share it on Facebook, you expect us to know about it, and everybody is not on Facebook. I'm not the only one who's not on Facebook. And I've always understood that why do we have the Yahoo group if we're not gonna, if Facebook's gonna be it? It's just too scattered. We don't know what's going on.
Sam and then.
Would it be beneficial, because everyone's not on Facebook, everyone doesn't necessarily tweet, all those kind of things, that could we get a website that would have different pages for the different areas of IGRA, and then all information at least is at one place? You don't have to belong to a certain social media group. And it's a clearinghouse for IGRA. Maybe we get an exploratory committee or something like that.
John is our, are you asking John?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Sure. He's our committee chair, so, okay.
The scope of this committee, as I understand it, is strictly on social media.
Yes.
So that would be things like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, those types of things. Having said that, I'm more than glad to be involved in any type of committee or team that wants to look at how to streamline our communications, because to Ron's point, you're right, there is no 100% universal platform. Facebook has been by far our most successful one from what I've seen over the last few years, but you're not going to reach everybody that way, and we need to be able to make sure that if we post something, especially if something gets sent out on Yahoo that we know about it on the Facebook side, we don't need to send out the little cute cowboy videos that occasionally get posted on the Yahoo group, but really you're talking about the official communications as far as events and decisions that are made with the board, and I'm absolutely on board with helping streamline that.
And everything, because even like when I send out minutes, I do it all through email, because everybody doesn't even respond to the invitation to be part of the Yahoo group. And personally, I don't like that one myself, but And then if people change emails and we don't know about it, you know, for any of us to do that, it's just, we just need to come to some decision of what's what. And our records should be public. As a 501c3, we should not be hiding anything.
Brian?
Well, I was just gonna say that, you know, today with all the technology, there's no silver bullet for communicating with everybody. It's actually all those ways. It's more of a buckshot approach. Even though, Ron, you're absolutely, I think you're absolutely right. There has to be, you know, sort of an official way of doing that. But I think it's a combination of social media, the Yahoo group, email, website announcement, until we get a portal or something similar that becomes the official gateway or access point for all communications related to what's going on with IGRA. Not maybe official board communication, that's certainly appropriate for email, but for announcements and updates and so on, really, it takes a buckshot approach.
Well, I agree with you, Brian. So, but for example, going back to what I said earlier, like GPRA, when Facebook, people were seeing that it's folded and it's not,
right.
Then we run into issues like that.
Sure.
That's my whole point about miscommunication, incorrect information.
Yes, I'll just say this, Ron, to you, as someone who does not use Facebook, okay, that official communication, I don't believe, came from the official Facebook site for IGRA. It came from an individual's site.
Right, but different people were getting.
Yes, but we will never have any control over that. So we have our official IGRA contestant team site or whatever, our official IGRA site, but I could go onto my Facebook page right now and post that, you know, IGRA is shutting down, the rodeo's over, everybody go home. And it would be blasted out there and spread around like wildfire before you know it. So we do need, I think, a buckshot approach, and we also need to look at a single source portal for all communication related to IGRA. Just a thought.
Any other discussion? Oh, Frank?
That's precisely what the announcements area is intended for. The actual announcement does not have to go on the IGRA website, but if someone lets me know that there's something important that's posted somewhere else, I can stick it on there and link to it. That's what that area was designed for. Just nobody's utilizing, there's very few people are utilizing it.
Brian?
I just have a request, and I don't know, perhaps John could do this or someone could do this, but we probably have 5 different communication tools right now currently. If somebody could just list those, in other words, if you're gonna put those out, it needs to go to Yahoo. It needs to go to it needs to be emailed to the board of directors. It needs to go to the Facebook page. It needs to go to Frank Harrell, the webmaster, for the announcement. It needs to go to the Yahoo group posting, so that we all know what the buckshot approach is. Because I don't think we all know what the buckshot approach is. And it would be helpful if somebody could articulate that for us in a list of, when you send out a communication, here's the 5 places to send it out.
I would welcome that. That would make our lives a lot easier, so that I don't have to find out about posting something on Facebook because something went out to the Yahoo group and wasn't shared through it. And I appreciate, thank you so much for this. We didn't expect this amount of dialogue on this. This was really just me making a request. So I'm glad that the board is engaging in this conversation. We really, the blessing and the curse of social media is it can spread like wildfire. When it's done properly, you have Todd Tramp's face all over everybody's Facebook page for a week because it keeps getting shared out. The downside of that is the GPRA announcement and how just one person posting something on their own individual page gets shared out. We want to be able to harness that whenever possible for our own benefit, but we also need to be aware of the downside so that we can try and mitigate any damage that is done after the fact and even use our own channels. But I'm glad to partner with whoever to create that list. There's nothing documented with it, but I know I prefer that Frank is putting up a posting at the same time that it's going out to Yahoo groups, that it's going out to the Facebook page and any other social media platform that we have, so that we have that consistency.
So how do we, is that something that we need to assign to another person? I mean, do you have access to, well, go ahead, Jack?
I don't know that you can assign, I
Yeah.
totally agree with
Yeah.
Brian. I don't think that you can assign it or that
Yeah.
we as a board can take control of that because you're talking about individual pages.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. I was-
But what I do, if I can just finish my thought, but what I do think is a great idea that Brian pointed out is that these are the 5 individual pages. You know, it's Chuck, it's Lisa, it's John, it's Frank, and whomever else. And then if you're gonna post something, it takes one click to send them a message, say, hey, just, you know, this is going out or whatever. Again, the buckshot approach, I think it's a phenomenal idea.
Okay, does everybody agree with that? Okay. Gee.
I want to make sure I understood what Jeff just said, because I think I disagree, but I might be wrong.
You're wrong. Disagree with that.
But I think what Brian asked for is to list the 4 or 5, whatever they are, communication methods that are officially IGRA. That IGRA or someone as a representative of IGRA are managing. That wouldn't include individual Facebook pages or individual Facebook groups or individual Yahoo groups that exist out there that I'm even aware of that are not facilitated as a direction of this board. Because those 4 or 5 things are facilitated under the direction of the board of directors or executive board, one of the 2. So I think that's what he's asking for the list of, because there are certain Facebook groups and pages and stuff that are actually public groups that individuals are not allowed to be a part of. That are members.
Right, I don't disagree, I think you're right.
So I think those
I think
aren't
there are
what
two
we're
things.
talking about. We're talking about those that are facilitated and come under the direction of this board.
Right, so I think there's 2 things there. I think you're right. I interpret it the same way. That yes, there's one that's facilitated by this board in the direction and the official pages as a committee chair, Johnson, for example. And then there's some that are not. They're individual pages, like I think the contestant page is an individual page by Chuck. I don't know.
It's not mine.
Oh, whoever.
I'm just an administrator.
Okay, so he's the administrator. Whoever, there's those individual pages. And I guess what my thought is, can we ask as a courtesy, hey, here's the information that's going out, would you post it on your page as well as a courtesy for consistency? We can't dictate that because those are individual pages, but we can certainly ask as individuals as a courtesy.
Right, but what I was getting at though is I think the purpose of what Brian was asking was that we identify those that we should notify officially from IGRA, those 5 at least, so we all know who those are. And then the thing we can do is encourage everybody to use those 5 so that as many people get notification officially as we can.
Well, thank God you're sitting down because I think I agree.
And I'm sure I'm wrong.
I just had a heart.
Brian?
Yes, I was just suggesting a Word document distributed to the board with, here are the 5 addresses, including Frank's updated new cowboy address, whatever the latest one it is, your email address, the Yahoo group address, to get it on Facebook, send it to John Hill at this address, and it can be used as a checklist for anybody that's
That's exactly, I mean, and what we would ask in return once that's put together is that any communication that's sent out, whether it be for finals or at the end of the board meeting and communication being sent out, that it be somebody
sorry I didn't submit support from the judges committee, but just a quick update for you. We had our first call on January 7th. There were 9 judges and student judges present. We talked about the rule changes and some of the going into 2018. We talked about our goals of consistency and had a lot of discussion and debate. There was 1, 2, 3, at least 3 people, 4 people in this room on the call. So it was a very active call. I think it was about an hour and a half. Since then, we've had a follow-up with an email with just some, like 3 basic questions, and trying to do that on a regular basis on things that are more inconsistent at rodeo, so that everybody can feel confident that we're trying for consistency. I have the judges schedule here, also the rock calls that are quarterly. So anybody's welcome to attend them. If you want to see this or you want me to email it to you, feel free. I can just write your email in the back and I can email it to you. But those are, feel free to attend if you would like to. Sure. That's it.
Other ones? What's wrong?
Andy,
Yes.
as a committee chair for the Archives Committee, will I be able to put out, to prepare a request for people to send donations and then send it to John to post and to Frank to post on the IGRA website? Or does that need to come through the board?
I don't think so. I think you can send that out.
That's all I wanted to hear.
I think you can even do a GoFundMe. That seems to be a appropriate approach these days. Just, you know what I mean? Because it can be linked and posted on those.
I'll send it to John and he can do what he wants.
I think Frank's talking about. Anyway, I'm just saying it's a good way to gather something and easy for people to pay easily is through GoFundMe. It's a suggestion. It would still be. No, but that's what I'm saying. We could, it could be GoFund, IGRA archive. You know, it's just a thought. Sometimes when you make on technology, when you make it easy for somebody to give money, especially with credit cards and stuff like that, it's easy. Any other committee reports?
I guess it's the right place to do it. I just wanted to update on convention, because I wasn't at the last meeting or phone thing. We were able to get the room rate down to 104 for those who don't know, which in Salt Lake is pretty good. Just so you also know, taxes are about $25 a room now up there. So you understand that it's going to be about 130 bucks for your room. I don't want anybody to get any surprises. Things are going well. I do have the contract we will be signing with the hotel here if someone wants to look at it or go over it with me if they have concerns. I went over it with someone from the Utah Travel Commission, who's a good friend of mine. He liked it. We are where we want to be financially. For those who have had questions of whether or not we understood what we were getting into, yes, we did. We know that once that we accepted the hosting of this convention, that it was our financial responsibility to put it on, not IGRA's. So that I know there has been concerns about that, and we are aware that it's out of our pocketbook. We want to welcome everybody to come to Salt Lake. We're still trying to put some of our entertainment together. I'm very disappointed in that the Saliva Sisters may not be available that weekend, so I don't want to get anybody's hopes up. But we will probably be doing everything at the hotel. Information that I was given when we got the contract was that they have done away with their hotel shuttle, so they do not have a shuttle to the hotel. You can take a Trax line to the university drop-off spot, but it's quite a hike up to the hotel from there, so we're trying to figure out some way of helping people get to the hotel so they don't have to take a cab ride. It's about $22 for a cab ride plus tip. So gives you an idea of where that stands. If you have any questions for me, you can contact me at my personal email is what I use with IGRA, and that's Kevin Hillman at Comcast.net. Fairly straightforward. And that's basically all I have to say, if anybody has any questions.
Do you have Uber, Lyft in Salt Lake?
Yep.
To a higher level.
No more committee reports, I don't think. Okay, we're done, unfinished business. Is there any suggestions for a corporate auditor? Amy?
Is Ed willing to continue? Oh, I would like to suggest Mr. Ed Berry.
Perfect. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The next was for the public relations spokesperson. I didn't know till just this moment that Bryson was not gonna be here to, speak to everyone. I appointed a young man, a new member of, Oklahoma to, the marketing position. He's, I think he's gonna do some great things. He's working on our, marketing packet, you know, for corporate sponsors. I just asked him about that. I thought we would have that at this point. He said he had some business things that came up where he couldn't make the meeting. Is there anybody else that has any other, people to nominate for? Go ahead.
I just wanna get this straight. Are we talking marketing or public relations?
We're talking public relations. I was just letting you know the
Okay.
young man that I suggested for this position. I spoke out of turn whenever this one is appointed by this board. And usually they're kind of synced up. Before last year, Buck kind of worked on both of them for us in the absence of having one after Ryan resigned. So that was I was just talking about Bryson. Go ahead.
It's the successor to Ryan Reed
Yep.
position, correct?
Yep.
Okay, but she said marketing. There's a
Okay.
I
difference
was
between
talking about the
marketing-
young man that is our marketing and I had suggested him for the public relations as well because they kind of sync up quite a bit. But, anyway, Chuck?
My suggestion is that we hold off on this, because I don't know him.
Okay.
I looked at his Facebook page, I don't see much on there. I don't have anything against him because I don't know anything.
Okay.
But I think this position is very key, and I think that's why this body is supposed to appoint this, because it's key, it's important. We need somebody who understands our history, what we're about, directing inquiries from the outside, news agencies or whatever, looking for information, to get them with key people that, represent our association and represent us in the way that we want it to be there. I know he's relatively new. I don't think he knows a lot of that history.
Okay.
But again, I'm not opposed to that. I've kind of asked around a little bit, seen if anybody's interested. A couple people came back and said that they couldn't commit to it. But I'd rather take a little bit more time if everybody could reach out and think. I mean, my ideal candidate is Roger Bergman, but I don't know if he'll accept that or not. But again, because of the knowledge and the history and, you don't have anything else to do.
Take over the archives.
No, you can do that too. But that's just my concern. I really think this is important to us. And, with Ryan stepping down from that, I think Ryan was doing a great job. That's just my concern. So I don't want to rush into a decision until we can really think about who can make this beneficial to us. Because our PR right now is a little bit low.
Yep.
Do we know if anyone else has expressed an interest?
There's been no one, we put it on the Facebook, I put it out on an email to the board. Absolutely no one has had any interest in the people that, like Chuck said, have had a lot more experience have all declined it. So. Yes, Mr. President?
Would you do it? Oh, what I was gonna say is, in the interim, from, as public, just public relations, not marketing, because I'm not a marketer. But in the interim, I would be happy to act in that position, if you so desire.
Why would it be an interim? Why can't it be permanent? Good question.
Well, I'm happy to do that. I don't want to inject myself into that position, but,
Oh, no, well, but see, I can't nominate, but
I
I'm
can
sure.
take care of that.
I'm sure.
I can take care of that.
I'd be happy.
Thank you.
I nominate Brian.
Okay, second.
PR.
Okay, so now we fixed the problem.
That was efficient.
You like how that worked?
That was very all in favor.
And I think that is a excellent idea. Thank you for.
Yes. I asked you. Thank you,
You
Brian.
know, no, but Chuck, and I think I even asked before too. You know what?
Welcome to my world.
I'm gonna remind you that this is a 3-year appointment goes through 2020.
Brian's not going in.
No, you know, he knows that, I'm just reminding
Okay,
you.
so we're gonna hurry through this then. All those in favor for Brian for the PR position, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Okay, now you've done 3
Abstentions?
years.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you.
As a suggestion, you might still talk to Bryson and work with him over
No,
the next 3
that's a
years.
great idea for training and stuff.
So in 3 years, when you're sick of us again, we're sick of that position.
I think we need to
Thank
do a
you.
better job of mentoring.
He's younger and can.
Yep. Okay, we'll move to any other old business.
You just let me run.
Okay, moving right ahead, new business. Rodeo was schools, we put this, well, I think we did. Yeah, we'll move that. Okay, insurance renewal. We'll do that on that one on Bruce, okay. Okay, Compete Magazine proposal. They had sent this in, it's a partial sponsorship, that we also pay a fee on. So, did you?
Lisa,
Can I ask a question? Chuck may know this. We did this last year, right? Did we pay them last year as well?
Correct, yeah.
Okay,
It's a contract, annual
yeah.
contract.
So does everybody have see what we,
Everybody should have a email
there's a
out there.
copy on it.
Yep.
It shows, it has the, all the stuff that we get in return, and end result is that we pay them $44.25. Their donated part is $9,200 worth of product of, ads and, I believe,
And they're expanding their footprint across the country.
Yeah.
Recently, they expanded up into the northeast and up into the northwest. And they're mostly currently in the southwest and expanding out. And it's currently our only, probably our only marketing that we have.
this time is. Any discussion?
I just have a question on, when, on the second page, it talks about special edition, and it says it locked us in for 2 years for the finals. As far as them producing the exclusive program, basically, is what it's saying.
So we get in this contract, we get 2 years for one price, or?
Well, no, because the way I'm reading it, they don't have to do that.
Right.
But they have the exclusive rights to do that, which locks us out of being able to get anyone else to do it.
Like the first right of refusal, basically.
Okay. Jack?
On the partnership agreement, second line under this special edition, Compete Magazine shall sell advertising and partnerships for such publication. That's scary because they can sell advertising to anybody. They could sell to an anti-gay, not to say they would, but it has no restrictions who they can sell advertising to in that.
Jack, where are you looking at? I'm sorry.
In their partnership agreement, second page.
Okay.
Special edition magazine, second paragraph.
But I thought it also said Idre had the, let me read it.
Final approval for publication for printing.
Yeah, so if they have an ad in there, we still have the right to say approve, and if we don't like something in the, we can say that needs to be pulled.
But there's nothing in it that addresses that we can pull. It says approval for publication. So it does say that we do have a printing, but if they have the right to sell, then we're screwed again, because if we don't approve it then, and they've sold an ad, I mean, I just think that needs cleaned up.
I think this is the same contract that we had previously, and I don't think we have any concerns on it. I think definitely we can present it to Eric, just to clarify it. Good point.
Okay, first and second, so we have the first and second paragraph there, or we need to clean up, right? So, anything else?
Second and third.
Second and third, I mean.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, the first one, the special edition, yeah. Yeah, yeah, this was first and second. So, do we wanna add this, since we're having that meeting on the 27th, do we wanna go back to Eric and have this cleaned up, and then we'll discuss it then? Is everybody all right with that?
Yep.
Okay. So we'll table that, and I'll send it back to,
This is probably something if we need to, the executive board could
yeah,
address
exactly,
later.
you're right.
If the board supports that.
Yeah.
Because we're losing opportunities now because of the impact date.
Yep. Well, the conference call would be just as fast, it'd be within
That's
10
fine.
days, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, can I just remind you
Yeah.
that this shows on the expiration date for this contract is the 21st of this month? Just so you know that, so we would have to get that done by the 21st.
Good catch.
Okay, so, we probably, Chuck, hang on, I got a copy of this, so let's wordsmith this, and I'll have him email it right back to me if you wanna do that?
Sure.
It could be as easy as having a sentence that says something like, we have the right to pull any ads that are inappropriate that we don't support, and it's their responsibility to deal with their partnership if they sold it. I mean, it really is that simple as just adding some clarification.
So we just need to, and then on that special edition magazine, we need to fix that too, right? Because on the World Game Finals, because it was 2019. Where'd it go from? Does anybody have this up in Word that we can, Jack, do you have it up in, there's a PDF?
I think it's a PDF. It's a PDF. We can convert it and wordsmith it over there.
If you can, yeah, if you can help me wordsmith it, I don't have that up on I don't have that computer on right now, so. Yeah, right on that one, let's fix that, and I'll send it right, Eric's we can probably get it right back. We're gonna table it right away.
And do you have time to do that?
Okay. Okay. Do you have time, I know, but I'm just giving. All right, the sponsorship package, World Game Finals, Roger, you wanna do, you ready? Okay.
Did everybody receive their package in the email? The only thing that I'm asking is that it be okay pending changes because of the new situation that's happened with the location. And page 1 and 4 are the only pages that need to be changed, besides a couple of grammatical errors. Is it? It's pretty basic, it's just like last year's, with the exception of the information about when it's gonna be.
Need a motion to accept the package.
So moved.
Terry, second by Sam. So what they'll do, as soon as we do have a location, they'll just change the pictures and pages, 1 and 4. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye. Nay.
I had discussed.
You didn't get it in there, girl. Approved. Did you want to go, you go ahead and say whatever you need to say.
Well, I didn't see the buckles in the other portion.
No, because in light of the new situation, not knowing the financials, that whole thing is gonna, there were some changes that were made financially with the cost, with the pricing of what they wanted to charge to sponsor the buckles. So it was best to not even attempt that one. Because they had lowered them quite a bit, the cost.
Who's they?
The rodeo director and the vice president.
Okay. From last year?
Yes.
But what you're saying is now they may need to cost more because our
Correct.
expenses are likely to
Correct.
increase.
Thank you.
What time is the lunch break? 17 minutes. Erica, can you do yours in 17 minutes or you need more time?
Let's probably do it at that time.
Talk fast.
I'll talk really fast, y'all can listen fast.
Okay. Well, hang on a second, they're saying it'll take more. So, I'm gonna, so we'll just talk about the logo then. We kind of spoke about it earlier. So, I guess what we just need to make sure that everybody understands that, you do have to have, you know, if your rodeo is approved, then we understand, and it's all your rodeo paraphernalia and stuff like that. It just can't be used without IJRA's permission. And we define that as, it depends on how critical the time is or whatever. You know, you can get with me, I can get with the executive board. Certainly, if it's an IJRA event. Anybody have a comment on that? Go ahead.
So, if you have an approved rodeo, then, of course, any advertisement for the rodeo has to contain it.
Yes.
But fundraisers for your association, do those need pre-approved then? If you are including, if it includes an IDRA logo on there?
Okay, so, I want to add in, there's a form for any fundraising done, and I'm not talking about, for your rodeo.
Right, we're not talking about.
We're not talking about royalties, so that's.
No, I'm talking about,
That's not just for royalty, though.
I have to put the logo on all my rodeo stuff.
It's always been for royalty.
That's a whole, right, but that's for IJRA fundraising. I'm talking about if we have, we have our underwear auction coming up next month. And as a rule, we include the IJRA logo on all of our advertisements as a member association in the past. And so I guess what I'm wanting to make sure of is that our rodeo being sanctioned and requiring the logo to be used for advertising for that event, does that carry over to events we have throughout the year to fund that event? And I guess I'll wait and get an answer to that, and then I have a follow-up, because in some of our associations, there's a tricky year in there.
Well, I'm gonna look for some better expertise, because I always thought that that was part of it. If you're raising money for your IGRA rodeo, in my mind, you know, you're attaching it to IGRA, I mean, you're funding, that fundraiser is for that, and I thought it was okay, but I'm kinda hearing that some people are saying it's not, so Brian was first, then Lisa, then Ron.
First of all, Ron, I did send you a email about the trademark renewal for the World Gay Rodeo Finals copyright.
Yeah.
Yes, it was gonna be under new business. Okay, could you add it now, and I'm happy to talk about it now or later.
Talking about logos.
Yes.
He sent me an email that said about use of the trademark renewal, but I didn't get it, but he wants to add it to the new business at the same time.
I can clarify this if you like. So IGRA has 2 registered trademarks. One is World Gay Rodeo Finals, circle R, we own that, those words. 2 is International Gay Rodeo Association, Jumpy Horse, and the words across the bottom, circle R. We own those, and those are registered with the US PTO Patent Office. And if someone should use those against our desires, the government of the United States would go after them and protect us from their use or misuse thereof. Okay, we would not have to fight them. The government would fight them for us on our behalf. So there are 2 things happening. One, which is the new business, I'll just toss it out now, we can talk about it again. We have, our 10-year renewal is coming up, and we have to show the US Patent Office that we have been consistently using that logo in our business over the last 10 years. And we have to submit an application. And after that, it's permanent. So we did one at 6 years, and we do another one at 10. Our 10-year is due. So to that end, to answer Jean's question, that logo, World Gay Rodeo Finals and or IGRA, horsey thing, IGRA thing, is under our control, and it is the expectation that we control who uses it, when they use it, how they use it. So, as the newly appointed public relations director, for example, if somebody wanted to, do it on a wet underwear contest poster, is that something that we want to have our logo on? Okay, or not? So we have to give permission to them to do that. If it's official IGRA business and we're doing it, then it can be on the logo. It should be on the, it should be on the document or the offering or whatever it is, to show the consistent 10 years of usage. That we didn't just patent or trademark it and then never use it. Does that make sense?
No, well,
But
I'm still asking this question of this board. I still want to know, it was the same way as of like our rodeo schools and stuff like that. Are we allowed to use the IGRA logo? I mean, or not? What I'm hearing you say is we're not. So, that's today I think we need clarification for everyone, because everyone does a fundraiser, like recently Nevada did it it was on their barrel race, but those funds are going to their rodeo, to fund their IGRA rodeo. So that's what we're asking.
The 2 logos though you just named, the trademarks,
yes,
are not the logos that are getting used.
Correct.
The logo that I'm talking about, and that most of us in here use, some of us use the little jumpy horse and then the International Gay Rodeo thing, is the regular jumpy horse circles and the TM on it.
That's correct.
And so, but my question is that, can those once we've gotten a rodeo sanction, we're required by rule to use those on all advertisement for that rodeo. We're required, bigger than a business card, bigger than a business card. So that, I would assume, gives us permission to use it, since we're required to based on our rules. But if as an association, just as a member association, we have a fundraiser, then do we need to come back to the board to use Jumping Horse with the I and the circles and TM, not those other two that are ours?
Yes, you do. The reason is this, because think of it as levels of protection, okay? So the TM is just a lower level of protection of our logo than the circle R. The circle R is a higher level of protection. If somebody were to use the circle horse with the TM on it, on something that we did not want them to use it on, and we wanted to fight them over it, we would fight them, and the cost would be ours to fight. The fight would be ours, okay? We would still have to fight them. With the circle R, we would not have to fight them.
No,
The government would fight them.
So with that being said, if that's the answer, cool, I got that. How as a board then do we manage these incoming requests? Or as associations, do we just simply quit using the IGRA logo on anything, whether it has value or not to IGRA?
That's a question for the board.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about.
Lisa was next, then Ron, then Chuck.
I was just gonna say, if the fundraiser does not pertain to the rodeo / IGRA function, then you don't need it on your.
We don't, but we were proud to be at a member association of the International Gay Rodeo Association, so we were advertising.
Well, and then you get into the fact of who, like you do a poster saying IGRA's, DSRA's underwear contest, and the fundraising is not going towards the rodeo.
We never do that.
It's going towards another charity in Little Rock. Does it go on there?
Ron?
Okay, I'm totally confused now, I think everybody is, because, for one thing, we are member associations of IGRA, and we should be supporting IGRA. And when this was put into place in the standing rule many years ago, I believe it was, the intent was to protect us from outside associations using the IGRA logo. But if we're gonna look at this, and with what Brian's saying, it sounds to me then that if you're gonna do that and say we've gotta get approval and everything, even IGRA merchandise that's sold in the IGRA booth, that in new merchandise, we're gonna have to come back to the board to get approval to use that logo.
No, I actually have that approval in writing already, so.
And then it prevents us also, if we want to do anything in a local association that may or may not be money going to IGRA, then you're not gonna be able to do anything. You can't do any advertising or promotions ahead of time like you like to do. And the other thing is, a lot of times people have been advertising their rodeos on the website before they're actually approved. So are we gonna have to wait for everything? I don't know.
Chuck?
Frank, can you put up page 27 from the bylaws?
I think that one's there.
Or you can do a search for logo. Oh, there you are. Perfect, thank you. What I'm seeing on Facebook are a lot of posters, okay? What we try to do with some of the groups is share that information to get to more people and kind of, support all those events.
But what I'm seeing is I'm seeing events that are not anything to do with our sanctioned rodeos, convention, or all of our events. And the logo is on there. So we're a 501c3 now. I don't know what the implications are, but my belief is it has that logo on there. Is that money coming to IGRA? Are we tracking where that money's going? Are we tracking, doing the audit trail and funding, et cetera, et cetera? So I think this is opening up where we just say, hey, any association can use that logo, because this clearly says right there that member associations and our individual members must secure IGRA's written approval prior to the use of IGRA's name or logo. Yes, in the documents it covers associations that are having sanctioned events have to use the logo. So that's a requirement in there. If it comes into any of those aspects, as far as apparel, that's also covered in our governing documents where that's already taken care of. But this really, in my eyes, is trying, and it's from a marketing standpoint, it's from our marketing chair, you know, who is putting this stuff together. I think what's important is that we want to make sure if our logo's on an event, that it's a legitimate event and it's being handled correctly, because it does have our name and our brand on it.
And it's a lot of cash.
It could be, we don't know.
Right.
Because
Some,
right.
I think it's a double-edged sword, because here we're wanting to promote ourselves, but then we're locking it down as well. I understand Chuck's point, and I understand how this is written, but I think it's twofold there. You know, you're wanting to promote IGRA, and so you have an event and someone sees that, you know, logo, but I can understand. I think Frank was next.
Point that Brian kind of smoothed over in his discussion is that what this does is protects us against bad guys using it. We don't have to say anything. Anybody who wants to could theoretically put the logo on wherever they want to put it on. But if we see something that we don't like it on, then we've got a way of going after that person. So it's a matter of what we want or don't want that logo to show. We can just simply ignore the whole rule as long as we want, until we see something that we don't like, then we can go after that.
But we want to prevent that.
James and Chuck and Brian.
Okay, well, first of all, I want to do it the way that I'm not going to get in trouble for my service. I don't want to wait until you see something you don't like for me to get the phone call. But I guess, and I totally understand what Chuck was saying also, and I agree with what it's saying. But my biggest concern is, and from a 501c3, some of us are, some of us aren't 501c3s. But I would say if we're concerned about it being on a poster, the IGRA logo, that's not an IGRA logo, an IGRA event, do we need to take them off of our websites? Because we carry the IGRA logo on our website, even on the years that I don't have a sanctioned rodeo. And so, I mean, I'm all for doing this right, but we've got to determine what right is, because I'm not sure. I understand the need to protect ourselves against it being, against it being used in that, but how do we determine, except for what I think I'm hearing Chuck say, I don't know, I may not be hearing it right, except for exactly the way it's worded there. If we took it exactly the way it's worded, then yes, it would need to either come off our website or have permission for it. It would not be able to be on any poster that's not advertising your rodeo or have written permission for it. And if that's the way we're going, I'm fine with that. Perfectly fine with that. That's what our rule says. I'm totally okay with that. But I just need to know that, and we need to enforce it across the board.
Okay, we can talk a few more minutes, but it's lunchtime. You want to table this and then talk? Because I think we're going to talk a lot about it, and we do need clarification, because this is an important subject.
I just have one quick statement. The reason, and I brought this up, okay? I brought it up because I do see a lot of things out there that are not necessarily sanctioned events. And my question was more, yes, discuss this, but when we do see that, who is the person that's going to contact and advise? Because my question was, is this a board thing? Is it a trustee thing? Is that something that I reach out to that trustee vice chair to talk to the association? Is that something that should go to the board of directors, executive board? So, I think we're pretty in line with what we're trying to do, which is make sure they're just the IGRA sanctioned events. Mary, you've got a challenge with a lot of your royalty stuff, and I know there's, I see a lot of that as well. I'm not sure, maybe there's some gray area, there's some discussion to clarify that, but realistically, who's the enforcer is the next question.
Well, right up there, it says your marketing person.
But it says IGRAs, who is IGRAs?
I think requests should come to the secretary. It should go before the board to approve them if it's not an IGRA sanctioned event. So we've got that approval. But if we see it being used out there, who's the person that's going to give the cease and desist per se? Now maybe time's a good
We'll break for lunch and we'll bring this back up.
And there's a change, lunch is still in the hallway, but next room down now, it's set for lunch, so you don't have to come back in here.
Do we need to make an announcement if Jan's gonna take over as trustee for your records? I know it's not what you
Do it and follow up with something and invite you to send me an email.
Okay.
Yeah, no, go ahead and do it, but just follow it, send me an email.
Follow with the email, okay. Very good.
That's what's normally done.
How much time for lunch?
Okay, we're gonna call the meeting back in order. And we're gonna go.
Well, Mike?
I'm ready to go.
Okay, so we're gonna go right into our insurance, seminar with Bruce Smiley. Caleb?
Hi folks, I'm Bruce Smiley, Caleb, I'm your insurance carrier. And we've got two things I believe on the agenda today. One is to talk secondary about the actual insurance proposal. But the reason I'm here first and foremost is we're going to talk about directors and officers of insurance. And it has to do with how you are as this board, but it also is what you take back to your individual organizations. There's a PowerPoint presentation, which we're not going to use for this meeting, because I'd like you to persevere and listen to me, and then David will email the PowerPoint presentation to you, which is going to be more in writing. I'm trying to find a place that I can see all without getting something shining right in my face. Let me tell you, directors and officers, and I try not to be, and I've been around many of you already, I try not to be preachy, but I have to be a little bit. And first and foremost, the difference between your regular insurance that you have, your general liability insurance, that's what we call OOPS insurance. That's accident insurance, mistake insurance. Directors and officers insurance, which I'll refer to as D&O, is wrongdoing insurance. This is where you're accused of wrongdoing. Now, there have been, and I will speak very freely today, there have been in this organization, in the membership organization, incidences where you have had to rely on this coverage. And this coverage is paid for various issues. One in Florida, a tremendous amount of counseling last year in this organization. And that's why I'm here. This is something that maybe we should have done 5 years ago, but quite frankly, it wasn't on our radar as much. So this is not whipping time, this is learning time. So, and a lot of these things are really different than your regular insurance. All right, there's 20-something pages that David's going to email to you. I'm not going to read pages to you today. Highlights your duties on this board falls
we had to extend 40 days to bring our policy from, I think it was the 19th of January to the 28th of February. And because of that, we had interim premium for those 40 days. So the proposal that we have actually went down for the year slightly, but because of the additional 40 days, that increased the premium, but you're actually insuring for a year and 40 days. So we put the pencil to it, and we use the point system that we've used in the past. IGRA gets 1 point. There's 19 associations. There's 11 rodeos, university, convention, and rodeo school. So we come up with 32.5 points, which is down 3 points from last year. So when you're dividing out the policy based on points, that affects it also. But the price per point for 2018 for the year and 40 days is $327.74. Last year, the price for 1 year was $271.11 per point. So that's an increase of $56.63.
Did you say that second number again?
Last year?
Yeah.
$271.11. And I can't get my machine to talk to this stick, so we can't put it on the board for your review. That is my opinion of how we should do it. Just because Phoenix happened to be in those 40 days, I don't think it's fair that we charge Phoenix the whole extension just because we needed to extend for their rodeo. I think it should be everybody's burden, because we did not, we extended the DNO for those 40 days, we extended the GL for those 40 days, correct?
Yes, and by the way, just so you know, your rate, your annual policy rate did not go up. You know, that's just because of that. It's just because of that extension.
Right.
There's, there are a couple of things that we have done, and we have in this policy, and I want to point this out. Remember the discussion we've had over the years about stock contractors, the problems with some of the non-rough contractors having their own insurance, and they need insurance. A couple of years ago, y'all established a program, and we worked with you to do this, where we've put $1 million worth of stock contractor coverage on your master policy that is like the D&O policy, where a stock contractor can buy into it for $400.12. Also, we just got through talking about directors and officers coverage. As part of the organization's coverage, we are also allowing for $225 individual organizations to tool upon to that policy with the coverage amounts, which means your individual organizations can get that coverage, same coverage shared in for $225
plus tax.
Plus tax.
I'm sorry, which coverage is that?
Directors and officers.
For the association.
And I think, does every membership organization carry D&O now? Do they buy in? That is something that if there was a board action, I would recommend heartily that you get them, make it mandatory that they buy into that. And everybody's going, oh, but let me tell you why. It goes back to Brian's discussion about when a logo is used or something like that. You're going to get pulled in if there's an action. And quite frankly, it is very good operational and organizational nonprofit policy to cover your directors and officers. And as an organization, I would encourage you to implement that change where it is, because quite frankly, if you have a group that can't do that, it's like I talked about. If you have somebody that says, we're not going to do that, I question what you're doing. levels, we're always running debate. How much do you want to insure? And we quoted 10,000, 30,000, and 50,000. After looking at the numbers and reviewing, and I think your administrative staff most likely concur, I can't speak for them, but I really believe the $10,000 limit is where you ought to start this and do this. I don't see, you don't handle $30,000, you don't handle $50,000, so I think you're wasting your money putting in more than that. And the difference is, if you were to say, oh, well, just because of cash flow, let's put it $50,000 at the height of the storm, you're talking about a premium of $2,000 plus tax, and with a $2,500 deductible. And for somebody who usually only handles at the most $10,000 any fiscal year, I think you'd be eating your own lunch on that. You're already throwing $4,500 in a pot. The premium on a $10,000 with a $1,000 deductible is $772. And it makes a little bit more financial sense in our opinion, if you decide to go for this coverage. I just wanted to let you know. That isn't, when it comes to insurance, as your insurance carrier, I will never represent you as against rules for me to say, oh, you don't need that. I encourage people not to have knee-jerk reactions. However, in the normal sense of business, I would think it's putting in the same category of your membership organizations and D&O. I think it would be highly prudent at this point to discuss and implement a low volume crime policy. It would mitigate. Now, yes, ma'am.
I just have a question.
Sure.
The D&O insurance?
Yes, ma'am.
Did I miss pricing and limits on that?
The D&O is in your, but I will tell you what it is. D&O is included in the overall points that's been in there. It
Oh,
is.
right, okay.
It's already in.
Great.
However, your limits, you've got $1 million D&O, and you've got $1 million worth of employment practices liability. Now we split those limits, and many times people will put $1 million and you split them between the two categories. But because of your membership organizations, I think it's important if you're going to share those limits to have a little bit more at your disposal. And it's just negligible in the amount of premium.
Thank you.
I think I misunderstood something. You said that the D&O is in our points. That it's not what the points are based on our.
There's two different. The D&O that is in your points is the D&O for this board.
That's what.
So
Okay,
if you
got
pay
it.
the $231.75,
Got it.
that's D&O for
For
your
this
association.
board.
Right.
Right?
Yes, that's correct.
Got it.
The 225 is for the individual membership.
Got it. Yeah, that's why I wanted to make sure I.
You said you were asked to add the crime.
I was asked to give you proposals on the
Thank
crime.
you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Not added. That's why I'm saying that has not been added into your point spread.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the last item, you said was financial crimes insurance, was that the name of it, or something like?
It's called crime insurance.
Okay, and let's just use it as an example, recent
Sure.
history.
Hypothetical example.
As a hypothetical example, so what does that coverage do?
Let me tell you.
And
because
how would
there's-
it affect any recent situations you might be able to use as examples?
Okay, good. Here we go. I got to stand up closely again. By the way, there's two things, and let me be open with you what we discussed, all right? There is what's called a financial bond, okay? And that is a little bit less, not a whole lot, but where this costs $750, a financial bond for, let's talk $10,000. For $10,000 would cost you about $550 instead of $750. The difference between that bond is if there was a financial loss caused by a person, then you would actually have to prosecute and convict that person before that bond would pay. On a crime policy, if there is missing funds for whatever reason, it would be the organization's responsibility to prove up the loss. It is not contingent upon conviction, prosecution of, and conviction of the person. In your situation, if you experienced hypothetically $3,000 or $4,000 loss, under $10,000 loss, if you had this crime policy, you would make a claim that we've experienced a financial loss because of whatever reason, and there's a claims procedure in proving it up, which is like a little mini audit, and it'd pay. That's the difference. You would have been made whole for that. Let's bring it back to the vernacular. If David had, at the height of the season, was taking $6,500 to the bank and lost it, got stolen off the front seat of the car, something like that, that is a financial criminal loss. Not that you did it, but somebody did it. And that's what this crime policy covers, the financial loss as a result of crime. Okay? For your organization, I'll be honest with you, I'm like, as angry as certain things might make you, and you know, and I'm the first one that likes to hang people by their toes. First and foremost, as a board, you want to make your organization whole, and you want to move forward and try your best to make sure it doesn't happen again. In a volunteer organization, and this goes back into our discussion, your discussion of arresting and convicting somebody for under $10,000 is hard and harsh. And it doesn't give you the opportunity to have compassion. It doesn't give you the opportunity to have understanding, whether you agree with that or not. It just limits your abilities to handle a situation. Also, if it's insured, it allows you to turn around and say, as your board, we have worked very hard to make sure the organization did not lose. You know, as sad as the situation makes us, we're whole and we're solid. And we protected you, our members, by making sure we had coverage to do that. Does that, you know, and I'm not asking you to buy a nice pretty cake. I'm just saying that's, first thing, you want the problem to go away. You want the problem, whoever stole your money, you don't really want to see them again, usually. And you'd like to have your money back, but 9 times out of 10, you don't get your money back. And all this does is allow you to have an avenue to get your money back without having to go through more trial and tribulation that maybe is more unsavory than the financial loss. Yes, sir.
Okay, I may have missed it, so apologies. The 10,000 was 772 plus tax with a 1,000 deductible.
That's correct.
The 50 was 2,000 plus a 2,500 deductible. Did I miss the 30,000?
Let's see, yes, 30,000 is 2,000.
I thought that was the 50.
No, that's 50, I'm sorry. 1,650 plus 30. I don't, listen, I don't want to insure this group for $30,000 or $50,000. I'll be honest with you, I was asked for higher limits. I don't want to do it. And I'm saying that as the underwriter. You don't warrant it. I can't use the words, you don't need it, but you don't warrant it. That's buying a claim. And I don't want to do it. As I said, if you're going to do crime insurance, please do it at $10,000 this first year. You don't need above that. And why spend the money and why put me at risk as an underwriter trying to figure out if you had a $30,000 loss, me trying to prove why would you all of a sudden have $30,000 to lose? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, when you take historical data.
Exactly.
If you took like 5 years, we don't have anything, so.
No, and that's just, you know, we have to watch, you have this on homeowners, that's why, you know, you can't insure your $300,000 house for $4 million. You know, and I just think Brittany, who's the CSR that, for me, that handles this on a day-to-day basis, her first quote was for $300,000. And I said, what are you doing? And it was a typo, I said 3,000, and she said, oh, that's too low, it's 300. Anyway. And even if you would have paid me $12,000 for that 300,000, I wasn't going to do it. Anything else about the insurance proposal, the renewal proposal? This is a really broad, as I think you know, it's a very broad policy. How long have we had this now? We've been doing this since nearly 10 years now, 12 years? Your premium when we took over this account was $43,200 a year. Now, how did it get like this? It got this by a lot of hard work, a lot of training on your part, and risk management on your part. Obviously, with the insurance markets the way they are, if you experience huge losses, we would have to start looking at this premium. But right now, your diligence in doing and sitting there and doing what you do is what keeps these prices low for you and your organizations.
Is there any more questions for Bruce before we?
Will you throw me out?
Yep. We've just got some people with some time.
Oh, absolutely, no, I'm right there with you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We're gonna let Rena go next, since she's gonna go to the arena, and then we'll come back to the logo, since that just deals with the people in the room.
Okay.
Do you have something, does he have your, what's your?
No, everybody, well, you
Okay,
should
that's
have it
fine.
actually, it was the, VIP issue.
You can go ahead and get started, since everybody has a copy.
Awesome. Copies are for you guys to keep, it just does pass the forms in the back of it were made on cardstock, so you could travel with it with less damage. I'm pretty sure everybody here has noticed that we've had issues getting volunteers at our rodeos. There's been a few rodeos, 2 for sure that I know San Francisco had a hard time. Bighorn was one of the 2. The general consensus is a lot of the volunteers are not feeling appreciated. I'm not saying IGRA as a whole doesn't appreciate them. We rely completely on volunteers to get our rodeos to go, but currently the climate's a little off. So, as a way to get our volunteers back in, to get them involved, to get them to go to our rodeos, and to get them training so our rodeos can go smoother, I've devised this VIP or volunteer incentive program. Essentially, what it is a reimbursement program. The fundraising has to be done. For instance, I'm doing the fundraising for Arena Crew. If we can get everybody involved, I would like to branch it out to every one of the areas. I know our shoot crew needs help. And the whole goal of this is to do training, retention, and reward. I think that's important right now. If we can get our volunteers rewarded or give them something to look forward to, I think it'll benefit our rodeos as a whole. The guidelines are fairly simple. Volunteers must attend a training seminar for their chosen position. To kind of go a little bit more in depth, for Arena Crew, there are several of us willing to hold training seminars. We would need people to hold shoot crew seminars and, through everything. And that's how they initially get their name in. Once the training is complete, all who attended the training for that will have their name randomly drawn from a hat. And from the group that was there, all of those names stay in until they're drawn, and they don't get thrown out until the end of the year. So if you attend, for instance, we had a rodeo retreat, if you attended the retreat and your name was not drawn to be a VIP only be a VIP once a rodeo season. So if one person wins and they choose to go to this rodeo, they cannot be put back in the hat even if they go to another training seminar. We want to try to give as many volunteers who are actively seeking training the opportunity to benefit from this program. In order to be reimbursed for travel expenses only, each winner must volunteer both days of the rodeo of their choice and get an arena director and the crew coordinator for their area to sign off and verify full completion of volunteer work. That's just a check and balances program to make sure that we don't train you and then plan on reimbursing you and you duck out on us after one day of volunteering. Fundraising will be on whatever crew it is. For instance, I'm doing arena crew. I would have to raise the funds for arena crew. Any other side would have to fundraise for that. I call them factions. Some people don't like it, but I call them factions. And the whole, if we want everybody involved in this to get training, the issue is we have to have member association support and we have to have volunteer support with our coordinators in the arena, the shoots, timers, everything. Training would be easy to put on. I've talked to several of the rodeo directors throughout the year that are willing to allow training on Friday prior to the rodeos this year. And I know I've spoken to several people about rodeo schools and being able to train during the rodeo school. There's two benefits with doing it at a rodeo school. Not only do you have the time to teach them the right way, but it also allows the contestants in those training to see what all goes into what we do in the arena and shoots and whatnot. And I think it would be beneficial. So as long as they could bear with us for training, I think it would be amazing. As far as the training is concerned, in the bylaws, it will not have anything to do with the certification program. This is basically your entry-level volunteer. We're not doing any certification or anything like that. It will not count for certification. But certified officials who are wanting to become VIPs or wanting to benefit from that program, you can, as long as you go to a training seminar that isn't in what you're already certified in. And the goal there is to try to get different members to cross-train. So for instance, if we're heavy on arena and shoots need help, arena can go to shoots and vice versa. I just think that as a whole, that would be it'd be nice to get people to be able to jump and cross across the volunteer lines. Where is my papers? The guidelines are very simple. The winner must provide the sign-up form and the original receipts, and they must be mailed to the IGRA treasurer. The reimbursement will not exceed $300 is the goal. Essentially, we just want more people to volunteer. If we get our volunteers in, if they come in trained already, for instance, this weekend, most of the people on arena crew this weekend was at the rodeo retreat and they all learned how to do it. So the arena crew coordinators, we get to benefit because now we're not spending our rodeo time training volunteers, we're actually setting up, they know how to do it. And I think that could go across the board. Our contestants will be happier because when we have trained volunteers, then setup goes smoother. It fixes everything, theoretically. The goal is to get our volunteers to feel appreciated, to give them something to work towards, and then train volunteers so we can have better rodeos. Yes.
My perception is that in most of the rodeos, the arena crew and the shoot crew both get a hotel room. Granted, you're sharing it with a bunch of people. And when I first started, that did not happen. So I think that's something good that the associations do. And I remember way back when I was getting started, associations they value the volunteers, and we definitely need to value our volunteers. So this program would be totally budget neutral. So the funds that are being used would be raised, that would be paid out for the program, right?
Right,
Okay.
right. All funds raised would, the only funds used would be the funds raised in each volunteer area. And I think the importance here is not, I mean, yes, they get the room, that's really, gosh, I've really relied on that for some times. But with the newer people, especially in Chutes and Arena, it's so physically demanding that we need the younger people to come in and help us out, because those barrels are heavy and you're running back and forth all day. And a lot of the younger crowd, they don't exactly have the finances to go to rodeos aside their home association. And I think this program will give them the opportunity to go to other rodeos while they still don't exactly have all the money. And like I said, it's a reimbursement program, so nothing will come out until they've satisfied all the rules as far as volunteering after their training.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. What? Janet and Wayne. You want to go?
I have a number of questions. Throughout here, your packet, you refer to a coordinator. Is that the shoot coordinator?
For the area of shoots, in the beginning, I did the packet mainly around arena coordinators, but it would include the shoot coordinator or the arena. With it just kicking off, I don't exactly have anybody to raise the funds for shoot and whatnot. So it says coordinator that way. So essentially the certified official in the area which you're volunteering.
Okay, next question is, if people attend multiple seminars, will they get multiple names in the hat?
I think they should, yes.
Okay. As far as like oversight of the training, who's conducting the training, and what qualifications do they have to conduct the training? Are these trainings to be conducted by an arena director or a shoot coordinator?
We would like to get it that way. Devin and I work together with Travis James on the rodeo retreat. We're hoping to get certified officials to do the training.
Okay, and my last two-part question for now is with respect to financial oversight. I've sort of heard through the grapevine that the funds were already raised the weekend of the retreat, and also earmarked for 2 people that were participants that weekend. First of all, is that the case? And secondly, is there some sort of paper trail? Did David have the money, or what?
I believe the money was sent to David.
Okay.
It is earmarked and it was done. There is I have one of the recipients who has already signed the rules, which is in there. She signed the acknowledgement and the rules. And the other one, Kat, will be signing the acknowledgement and rules plus getting her form done. There's the form for verification of work as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Lisa?
I make a motion to approve this program.
Thanks.
Lisa?
I still have some concerns about, you said that hopefully the shoot coordinators and the arena directors would do the training. Who's doing the training now?
Right now, we've only had one, and the training was with Devin and myself. And arena coordinators, they're not, Devin's not, it's not a position that needs to be certified. It's not required for certification. The deal is, we have a few that are certified, and we'd like to get that done. We have 3 in the program in the arena to get certified. So, but if we can extend it to, granted our fundraising, if we can extend it to the shoot crew, we would ask that a shoot crew that's fundraising for this program be certified so they can adequately train.
All right, I have a question on the how do we know whatever y'all are teaching that is in compliance with the way the arena directors want things taught?
I think every arena director is different, so you kind of have to, I mean, we're not talking about certification here. We're talking about this is a monkey move and this is how you put a pole down and things like that.
Do you have already in writing that the arena directors can bless off on? 'Cause-
If you guys would love to put something together that you guys think is great, I'd be happy to look at it and go from there.
Well, that's not what I'm asking. I mean, how do we know what the people learned in Las Vegas? How do we know that they learned the right thing if the arena director weren't already involved with this? How do you know? I just, like you said, arena directors do things differently. Each one has their own way. Same thing with shoots. But there needs to be some kind of something in writing that shows what you're going to cover, how you know. I can't buy off on this if I don't see something in writing that says this is the way, you know, we're going to do something. Because you may go out and say, hey, this is how we're going to set polls. When that arena director or all the arena directors are saying, no, that's not the way we want it done. I'm just saying there needs to be a coordination, and I haven't seen that yet.
So, okay, wait, whoa, stop. Let's stop right here. First, we have a motion on the floor. Did I have a second at all?
Second.
Terry seconded.
So discussion's over with?
No, we're gonna just do it the right way. We got jumped ahead, and you see what I'm saying? I wanna finish that, and then we'll go in. Then you're in discussion.
Okay, I didn't know.
You're fine. It just got out of people answering the wrong, so, okay, so now, okay, so were you finished with your, oh, can I say something about this, real fast?
Yeah.
I guess I'll throw my hand up too. Oh my gosh. When did you show up?
7 months ago.
An hour and a half ago?
April 30th,
When they started serving at the
1974.
bar, I'm sorry. Okay, so.
She just didn't hear these.
I'm just confused about this. So if we have these people that we're certifying as arena crew coordinators, right? So I think that we have certified them that they know what they're teaching, right? So
If they're the ones doing the teaching.
if they're the ones doing the teaching, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so then, the way I heard Eric say, then that's the first program. So then if they add to it, then they would get the appropriate certified official to teach that, right? And then if we go a little further, then we'll get the appropriate certified official to teach that. We're not having Erica teach something that is not under her.
She's not certified.
No, I know, but she's about to be.
Was the Vegas thing?
The Vegas thing is
taught by
not,
a
no,
certified-
that's, okay, there was a confusion, just so everybody knows, there was a confusion on whether this program was approved by the executive board. It was all in innocence. So that was done on their own,
Right.
and it was a kind of a seminar preempt to this program. It was a total confusion that and there, we got it all straightened out, and that's why I asked her to bring this to you, okay?
And I think something that's important is that when we do teach, we have a rodeo rule book that we use as a template. I mean, it's not like we're saying, oh, just put it wherever you want it. We're following IGRA standards as far as where things need to be placed and how things are done.
Okay. Laura?
Just a point of clarification real fast. Even though it was just an off-the-cuff seminar, originally James Jenkins was supposed to be at that seminar teaching this class, who was a certified official. But he could not, the day before we found out he could not make it.
Okay, Michael?
Yeah, me, Michael, listen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That Michael. Are you wanting on the list too?
I want to be.
So what I heard today is that you and Devin taught the class in Vegas, neither of which are currently certified. And you're teaching arena crew setup, and these are, I've seen, you're correct, the arena directors work very differently. And when rodeo time kicks in, arena directors, they are focused on running that rodeo. And so if you have trained me to do things, this is how arena crew does it, and then I'm working with Jeannie McLeod, and Jeannie's, you know, if that other arena director is not in sync, then that arena person's gonna get their head taken off.
The arena, the way we did it in Vegas, it was very basic. We didn't even do measurements and things like that because of that. We wanted to stay right in line with basics. So we talked about how to pour flour. We talked about what you need to wear in the arena. We
Okay.
talked about the monkey moves and how to make sure the poles are set. It wasn't too deep involved because we did lose our certified official to go through all the more difficult things.
Okay.
Chuck?
Well, I want to thank you for putting this all together. I think it's an incredible job that you did.
Amen.
Thank you for thank you for thinking outside the box and looking at some other way to kind of motivate people and bring them in. I'm not sure what happened in Vegas, but I'm not worried about that. I'm worried more about the opportunity going forward, because we can all learn from things. The one thing I have probably doesn't involve you, it's more with David, because now being a 501c3 and all this funding and who gets money and who doesn't and how we conform to that, of course, I want to be sensitive to that to make sure that we're not doing anything that could create any conflict there. So I like what this is. I think it's a start. It may have some things that we could look at and fine tune, but if we don't start somewhere, we're not going to go anywhere. But I like the concept of it. I really appreciate you putting the work and the effort forward on it.
Thank you. Thank you.
It is Gene?
Right now, you know, I've heard that question asked a couple of times about how do we know that the people are being trained the way that they want to, we want them to be. And we don't any more than when a rodeo is held and a certified arena crew coordinator is not invited, but yet they have someone there to lead that team of volunteers. That is the person who usually teaches those people what to do, not the arena director.
Correct.
And so I think that's to stand on that is a real shaky area, because the associations aren't required to have a certified official in that area. I think that if it would be ideal to have a certified arena crew coordinator or an arena director, obviously teach those classes, but I don't necessarily believe that it should be or needs to be mandatory, because bottom line is unless you're going to teach that class the way every different arena director functions, meaning you have to teach them how let's just use for example, and I know this isn't the case, but if there's 4 arena directors and they all use different monkey moves, and you have to teach all 4 at those classes, or maybe the one certified official that you have come there to teach doesn't know the other 3's monkey moves, so she can't teach that. It's virtually impossible to do that. That's ideally. I don't know that, I think it's great that they came to this board to talk about this and get approval to do this, and had that money not went to the IGRA account, they don't need our damn approval. They can go out and raise money to send anybody to a rodeo they want to. They could take our rule book and help teach those people, as long as they don't do it under the name of IGRA, and as long as that money never gets into our account, it's none of our business. At least that's the way I see it. And I certainly think we could help them. There's no question in my mind that we could help them by buying in and getting the certified officials to go do the training for them when necessary and things like that. If we can help them in that way, I think that it's a good thing. But I really don't think that we should prevent them from doing something we have no say-so in, or no right to, as long as they pull away from us and do it themselves. And frankly, if that's what happens, I'm going to advise her to do it under something else. And thank her for trying to get people to go to our rodeos and volunteer.
Jeffrey?
I also am thrilled to see something come through. I don't believe that, you are absolutely correct. There is a lot of challenge with getting people to volunteer for our organization. I'm very concerned about the fact that we are earmarking money for new volunteers when you have a slew of people that volunteer currently on shoot crews and some of the other positions, and all of the assistants that don't get stipended to come to rodeos, and it's all on their dime, and we're trying to give outsiders a way in. I think that sends a really tough message to the people who have dedicated a lot of time, and I think we need to look at that aspect and see if there's something there that we can do for the current rounding volunteers, even if it's just something to help offset some of the costs. You're going to get into some real confusion, some real probably hurt feelings with the current volunteer force.
Michael?
My question's been answered. Thanks.
Okay. Terry?
Again, as someone said earlier, I agree with Gene. What are you going to do if you have a rodeo and every one of your volunteers are brand new that's not been through any seminar? You know, so I think this is a great program to try to get some training prior to rodeos.
Boogie, I think I must have skipped you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. You know, I've actually there's a lot of conversation going by with all the different officials on, you know, how they do things and this and that. You know, the way I look at this, and I talked to her several times about this, you know, we do have that rule book. And that rule book specifies exactly what needs to be set up and how it needs to be set up. So in other words, that's going to go back to our policies and procedures. If I go out there and I'm training her on how to do it, I'm going by the policy and procedures that this board here put in place. I may not be certified to do it, but as long as I'm following the policy and the procedures that y'all put in place, that falls in the guideline. Then when they go into that program, then that certified official is the one that's reviewing to make sure that person was trained properly and does the final sign-off. So again, at that point in time, all three different arena directors might do things differently, which they shouldn't, because they need to follow the policy and the procedure and stay in guideline and consistent, then everybody's fine. It's not because I do it one way, you do it one way, and then she does another, because then we're not consistent. So as long as they're out here training that's done 20 rodeos, I have all the faith in the world that they know what they're doing, because I have not seen or heard those arena directors yelling at them, no, that's not set up right. So that's my 2 cents on it. Thank you, Erica, for stepping out and doing that. I applaud you for it, just like everybody else already has.
Laura was next, and Lisa.
Just very quickly, the bottom line is, somebody came into this organization a few months ago and has looked at the landscape of this organization and said, we need to make some changes. We're getting old. We say it all the time, but we don't ever do anything about it. She's here saying, I'm going to do something about it. I'm going to reach out to new people, not just to work at the rodeo, but to talk to all of their friends about our rodeo, to bring new people in IGRA. That's the bottom line.
I don't disagree with that. There's a good possibility here, okay? I just think about some of the things like Jeffrey brought up about the other folks that they're not going to understand, and granted, I know they can go through the training too, okay? I see some problems with having to maybe throw a name in a hat and let them get up to $300 reimbursed for learning how to do the flower, or whatever.
That's kind of
That's an insult.
Well, no, it's not. I've been arena crew, I know, okay. And I also worry about, okay, we're starting this with arena, and if we approve this, right now, all we got is an arena person stepping up and wanting to make this work. Where we've got timers that, bless their hearts, they get nothing, zero.
If somebody's willing to step up and do it, they're more than welcome to join.
I understand that, but just because you're willing to stay up for arena, we need to stand up for all of them at the same time versus one at a time.
But maybe this will spur some other people to step up and.
And if IGRA was paying for it, it would be the case, but they're not.
Say what?
If IGRA was paying for it, I would agree, but we're not.
Right.
Okay, but
But they
IGRA
are.
wasn't paying for it in the first place. It was fundraising.
I know, that's what I said.
Okay, so
but we're
I'm
not.
gonna step in and say something real fast. I'm very in favor of this program. I'm gonna repeat several people's, comments. You know what, thinking out of the box, doing something different, to Jeffrey, to Lisa or whatever, there's nothing stopping anybody for creating those programs. So that's almost like me raising money for added money for contestants and getting slammed for the same thing. You know, don't kill the messenger. No one's stopping anyone. Same thing. You know what? I'm sure there can be an added timer. You know what?
Yeah.
There's nothing stopping this. She's reached out to the IGRA, trying to make it an IGRA thing, governed by. All of us need to think about this. We don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot when you have someone new trying to help out here. And every aspect, every one of these, all of us lose money going to these things. And trust me, you're welcome to see anything I got. And so I implore you to really think about this. It can be, we can add on to this easily per each discipline. Let's put it that way. How's that? I mean, I'm sure she'd be happy to. There's a lot of people that'll help teach different disciplines. I mean, Jack and I had this conversation about judges, right? We have brand new judges and they make mistakes, right?
No. Even old judges.
No.
Why are you making it exposing all the new people?
People keep repeating this thing about the proper training, right? We're talking about, you know, the arena crews and the shoot court and all this different stuff, and we did the same thing. And what did Jack tell me? He goes, they're in a learning session. They're going to learn by their mistakes. Hello? Here we are at the same thing. So I skipped you, guy. I'm sorry. Got on the soapbox there.
No, I was just gonna say that, you know, I went down there to observe what was going on in Vegas, and, you know, Erica had said that there were some concerns by the area lead or something that somebody shouldn't be teaching these things or what have you, but I said, you've got the rule book. I said, it's no different than, you know, I take my rule book and we go sit in the corner and study and practice or whatever, any other area. So I said, as the Rodeo Officials Committee Chair, I said, I totally sanction what you're doing.
How?
And, excuse me, back.
Mary?
I'm not,
Sorry,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
finished. She said something, so
Oh,
I was
sorry.
just wondering what it was. And I don't think that we should go against a program that has all this potential because we have shortcomings in other areas. We have rodeos that pay for assistant certified officials. We have some that don't. We have some, like, you know, Ron does a really great job here of providing rooms for timers and arena crew and all that. So, I mean, it's not one size fits all. And if we sit here and worry about what somebody else is gonna think, or if somebody's gonna have their feelings hurt, we're gonna be just like the way this country's being run today. And so, anyway, I support this.
Mary?
I also wanted to say, Erica, it's a great job. I'm really glad you're doing this, and I appreciate it. It's something we really need to bring people in. It's just another idea, and I think we need to definitely do it.
It's okay. Say, Michael, then.
I think one thing that has been brought up here that we may have forgotten about because we've been doing this for so long, is our volunteers that we have. I've been a certified official for a long time, and sometimes we take our volunteers for granted. And this is a wake-up call to us saying, these volunteers, whether you're a timer, shoot crew, arena crew, security, what have you, the certified officials is what, in some associations go out of their way to accommodate extra people, which is great. But let's, going forward, think about, hey, tell the person, appreciate you coming out and helping and working with us. We're all volunteers. Some of us are certified, but getting the new people, we definitely need the new younger people.
Kevin?
The one thing I wanted to say is, I was around this association for a long time, and I took a break and I come back. My first thing I noticed was the negativity of new ideas. That was the very first thing I noticed, and it shocked me, it caught me off guard. I thought, what, as an organization that's been around this long, has so much negativity among it? And nobody was ever willing to jump forward and tell me the positive stuff. It took me a while to get over that shock. And when I hear something like this, and the first thing that comes out of our mouths is negativity, it bothers me that we don't jump on board and try to figure out a way to be a positive organization, which is what was like when I started. I mean, everybody that I was in that arena with was a competitor, was there to help me. And something like this that's going to give an incentive to somebody to do something that's a seed that needs to be worked on, I can't see why we aren't jumping on board and doing something about it immediately and moving forward with it, and trying to encourage the seed to grow instead of throwing so much dirt on it.
I think pretty much everybody wants this to succeed, we just have questions, Kevin, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to say, and I agree with a lot of what has been said, and I commend you and thank you for bringing this to the attention. I think that we need that, and I think we need to have new ideas and not live in the past. I remember many years ago doing the Sacramento Rodeo under the fear if we were ever seen with an IGRA rule book, we'd be never invited to another rodeo, right? I mean, that was literally what the statement was. We don't live under those times. The rule book is there to help us function. We all do this, I think we forget, because we're friends and that's our rodeo family. And I think that's what you're trying to install is how do we keep that community, that family, and be a better organization and show our appreciation. Because sometimes thank you goes a long way and we don't say it nearly enough. So I think, and I commend you, and I think that we should do something like this to is it going to be perfect? No. Is there going to be a learning curve? Absolutely. Are we going to find things we should have thought about? Absolutely. But that's what we are. We're a volunteer organization that starts someplace to do a journey. And with that said, I do have to say, I think that there's a motion on the floor, right?
Yep. Any more discussion before we? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes. Good job, Okay. I know, we thought about that earlier. Michael?
Do we need to incorporate them signing liability waivers as part of this training?
I think they do anyway.
All volunteers
Don't
are
think
some
they
related.
do.
Liability waiver side street.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you
But what,
could.
Yeah.
those are
Yeah, if you
volunteers
brought it
also.
down the road, you got something.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. But it's just like,
But they have to sign a waiver to get behind the shoot.
Yeah, they have to.
yeah, shoot, but just under training.
Yeah, but if they're going behind the shoots, they have to sign a waiver.
If it's
I
a
put in their
rodeo.
arena and all
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
Somebody
No,
can
I just
step
make
it.
sure,
No.
don't
Right, yeah.
all volunteers sign a waiver.
Yeah,
At
it's all
rodeo, I'm
volunteers.
saying if it's not at a rodeo, if it's something like in January.
Like the
that's not
seminar she
IGRA.
did, but there was,
There was insurance.
Just make sure everybody
That
signs
was
a
your
waiver.
term.
everybody
Then you
signs.
wouldn't that.
I got
Yeah,
you.
just
Okay.
keep a waiver book.
Just keep a waiver form with you.
Yeah.
If it's
Keep a waiver
something-
form, keep a waiver book every time it happens.
Awesome.
No, that's fine.
Well, if we allow these now, going forward, they technically are an IGRA.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
gonna say.
Does that mean they could use the logo?
Yes, they
Yeah, you can now use the logo.
Yes.
Awesome.
I have a question about that.
Use the logo, give us your money.
Exactly. Okay, Brian?
I was just saying, and the money needs to flow through the book, yes.
Yeah, it
They already
does. Sorry, Flo. Okay, I think, did anybody else need, I think Ron needs to leave, anybody else?
I need to talk to Chuck first.
How about a 10-minute break? Terry needs to make Nick needs.
Exactly.
Okay.
He does too, like y'all here.
We skipped over approving the insurance.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Whoa. Chuck, wait. I wanna say something.
You get on the floor and discussion.
Okay. That's all right, then we're gonna pull something out of it then.
Okay.
Okay, so he added the, crime insurance into it. I'm gonna disagree with that. We were doing some figures. It's $772. It has a $1,000 deductible. If you take our 5 years, the losses in 5 years is a little under $700. So I just don't think it pencils out. And anybody else can disagree. But that's.
Do we see a value with the Bruce issue, if we add up all the indiscretions and everything, plus the lost laptop and everything else, to where a file claim on that could benefit us?
The value of the laptop was.
2,000, according to the financial. But there was also some programs and software and other stuff, but.
Go ahead, Michael.
Do you have a estimate of the total loss?
Well, that's what we were just saying. By the time when that credit came back, it was around $700, but then we didn't take into effect of the laptop. So.
Okay, and so, how old was the laptop?
Brand new, February.
Brand new? Okay, all right, because you need to check the depreciation on it. But with the $1,000 deductible, if $700 was stolen and we have a $1,000 deductible, then we have zero that we can claim. So the insurance wouldn't have done us any good, even if we had it.
Brian?
Have we asked for that? Have we asked for it back?
No one has been able to get a response from him since prior to finals. October 7th. Anyway, Jack's the only one that got a response from a relative. I guess we certainly could.
I've sent 2 follow-ups since then.
Yeah.
Since November, and not received any feedback.
Yeah,
So no value then?
I mean, that's my feeling, y'all.
That's fine.
Anybody else can have it.
That's a consensus.
Yeah.
I agree.
I mean, if you take, I like to take, when we do stuff like that at my work, we take like 5 years, to validate it to see, so I'm just, so, okay, so, Holy, is that the only thing that you wanted out, or?
Well, there's also a terrorism coverage that is another additional one for $444.96. Every year, we have not taken terrorism coverage, and I suggest we not.
Agreed.
What's the dollar limit on that?
He didn't go.
Coverage?
But do we anticipate any terrorism in our road?
No one ever does.
So, I'll just cut the talking. So if, God forbid, if there was a attack, terrorism on gay people, and we had a shooting at one of our rodeos, would we be liable for that, or would? I think with something like that, it may not just be for our protection, but God forbid, if it may cover if something did happen bigger.
At some point in time, just FYI.
Michael?
Yeah, 2 things. First is a question, what's the expiration date? Is it now February 28th for next year, so that's been shifted forward? And do you know how they define terrorism? I mean, because for instance, what's the Florida event? That hasn't been declared terrorism, so.
Means any act that is certified by the Secretary of the Treasury in consultation with the Secretary of Homeland Security and the Attorney General to the United States to be an act of terrorism, to be a violent act or an act that is dangerous to human life, property, have been committed by an individual or individuals as part of an effort to coerce the civilian population of the United States or to influence the policy or affect the conduct of the United States government by coercion.
Yeah, so in other words, with our current federal government, the things that we really ought to be worried about are not terrorism.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they refuse to declare the Charlottesville attack, which is domestic terrorism, to be terrorism. And so, unless we really pissing off, you know, somebody from some foreign country, and it's got to also be an enemy of the current administration at the same time, we're not going to have a terrorist attack. You know, the terrorism we have to worry about is domestic terrorism, and that's not even covered.
Okay, so excluding those two added items, is that right? Do I have a motion to approve our?
So moved.
Chuck-
Second.
Oh, and Chuck slowed it down.
Pardon me?
I was letting you go back and approve it again. Motion.
Oh,
Second.
so moved.
Was somebody taking notes? You?
I am, okay, who was it, Chuck?
But Red's in Switzerland.
You good, Chuck. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Okay.
Okay, do we want to approve the point system like we have in the past?
So moved.
Second.
Michael approved. Chuck. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to the Compete magazine. Eric replied to, Jack was so kind to, ask the questions. He was fine with the sentence, Jack added, IGRA shall reserve the right to remove any advertising that is in conflict with the purpose and mission of IGRA. Then Jack asked,
Jackass.
well, I'm just gonna read the questions on those several of those paragraphs or whatever, so I'm just gonna say our questions. Who is the recipient of the funds that are gained from selling advertising in the special edition magazine? Eric's response was, the advertising sales go toward production, printing, shipping, advertising staff. We typically make less revenue from ads than when producing the magazine. So they do. Next question, what size, deadlines, production, by who, ad ready? The finished product is usually 8 by 5.5 and at least 24 pages. We produce and lay out the editorial. Ads should come to us ready in place in the magazine. Ads will be due by the end of September. This is, can we be a 501c3? I believe we would have to inform the sponsor of the commission, the rebate, and to be in compliance. He put, in event we sell sponsorship, we can include a disclosure statement regarding a commission.
So David, can we do that as a 501c3? Can we, I think that's a legal question. There's a lot of, commissions have a lot of, and what that statement in there is, it says they're gonna receive a 30% commission on any sponsors or ads they might bring in, or any sponsorships, I think is how it's worded. So we're indirectly funneling that back through to them. And I don't know if we can do that or not, if it's a commission or if it has to be incurred per cost. I don't know, that's something that council would have to, but
I think that's just on the finals program.
no, it's a special edition. It's in the special edition.
That is the
agreement.
finals program.
Yeah, that's the finals program, the special edition.
Oh, is that this final? Okay,
Yes.
so it is that same, so it is that same one.
Okay.
So if they bring any sponsors, they get 30%.
But
And then-
that, but they're paying for it for us. We have no cost to that because of our overall contract.
Except
No,
for.
this isn't, this is sponsorships to the rodeo. So if they bring a sponsorship, the way I read it, for $5,000, they get $1,500 on that sponsorship.
That's what it says.
But
And
I
then I'll-
think that I know what you're saying, because I just checked into this in Minneapolis for exactly the same reason. As long as they only give us 3,500 of that 5,000, it's like hiring a fundraiser.
Correct, but that's not how it's worded. It's
Okay.
worded as a commission. They're gonna give us the they'll take their commission. It appears to be as a separate transaction, so not single transactionary, but dual. So they're gonna pay us 5,000 and expect a 30% commission. The way they do that is because then they don't have to claim all of it as well. But they're not doing it as a single, it appears.
Is that wording different than the last two approved contracts we have with them?
I need to see that.
I don't think so.
Chuck, can you bring that up?
It's just a question I have from a legal standpoint. We go through this at work all the time, and commissions have a lot of regulatory requirements about disclosure, and I don't know how that affects it being a 501.
Also, I noticed that, I asked, David looked up, and last year we paid them $2,900.
$2,910.
And so this is quite a significant increase. Brian, you had a question?
I was just gonna say, can they just change the word to donation rather than commission? As a 501c3, we can do anything really that furthers our mission. So, it may just be a semantic issue, Jack, I'm not exactly sure, but it may just be a semantics issue. And just ask them to change it to donation.
Okay, so I need a little education here. Last year, Chuck, besides the, I know they did a couple of,
I worked these.
spotlights. Huh?
I worked that
Okay,
contract.
thank you. Okay, last year, I noticed that, okay, so we got the, program, and I noticed they did a couple of spotlights. What else did we get for the $2,900? From Compete?
I need to see that whole sheet. Is it not included in the top part?
I'm sorry, I can't read that far if I tried.
Well, where's the,
Somebody got,
is there not a
There you
second
go.
page to it, I guess?
well, Ron took my, Ron took my copy here.
The first page, yeah.
Yeah, in the first, there's a first page, and he has left it. Oh.
Are we talking the partnerships clause?
Yeah.
But I'm
So
asking
Compete finds a
last year
sponsor
what
that's
we got.
interested in us.
Uh-huh.
Compete finds a sponsor and they're interested in dealing with us, they make the contact, we secure a deal and they get a 30% commission.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay, so what did we get last year for the $2,900?
we've got the program, we've got the
2 full paid ads for September and October, $1,200.
Maybe this wasn't in last year's contract, this partnership clause.
yes, it was.
It was?
Yes,
Did they bring us some sponsorships?
no.
Okay.
Okay,
All they did was provide maybe 2 or 3 ads
yeah, I remember the 2 ads, that's all I remember, the two ads, and then.
in the program. Yeah.
Normally, what does a program cost us?
It was, the whole package was a good deal. Compared, you know, because if you try to publish a program and they publish 1,400, they gave us 1,400 programs.
Uh-huh.
We'd already made a good deal just on the program publishing. But they gave us a full story. We were the feature story in October. September was another story, August, and they did some ads. Let's see what else.
So Jack, what's your suggestion?
If everybody's fine with it, I think that we should check on that commission thing. And it might be donation, I don't know how that affects us as a 501c, because we would have to notify that sponsor that we're giving Compete back, so there's not a conflict of
Well, and that sponsor's $5,000 donation
is really
$3,500 to us.
What if we make the agreement with that sponsor that they give the 30% to
That would be better.
Compete?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that would be what I would say.
That would
too.
solve it.
Because then it's a disclosure, then you just, what we were told once before, when I was a member of PGRA, was by the lawyer that advises them, was that as long as you can, as a 501c3, you can go out and raise money and solicit sponsorship stuff, all within your mission area, as long as you openly disclose what you're raising it for. So if as long as the person who's making the sponsorship knows that 30% of it would go to compete and 70% would go to IGRA, you've met that obligation. That's the way I would
It's a
see
good
it.
faith and interest.
Yeah. There are some, and I just looked on a charity profit fundraising website, legal site. There are some other little minor things that have to do with unreasonable compensation that could trigger issues with your status, but it's not a guarantee it will, it says. But I think if that happened where the sponsor paid this much to compete and that much to us, then we would be out of it. Because we wouldn't be compensating compete for anything. That sponsor would be compensating them.
Lisa?
I'm gonna say, it looks like he did add more full-page ads to the contract, and.
He's got 3 full issues.
Right. Where we only had one before, but the price is double. I just wish I had my damn.
That's what did anybody, okay, that's what I'm asking, so now we're at $4,400.
It was 2,900.
Yeah.
2910 last
Yeah.
year, and it's 4425 this year.
So does anybody know, I mean, I remember some prices for what a decent, program costs.
David, what's our budget item line item for marketing? What's our budget line, 6,000?
I think so.
So
We don't have anything else
I don't know
going
about
on.
the actual overall cost, because the majority of the programs that I've ever worked with in the last 15 years have all been part of sponsorship and donation. So we get without having to pay for the printing. The thing that concerns me is, well, number one, 8 sponsor ads. I don't think we can limit finals to 8 sponsor ads. I know we're gonna have more sponsors than that deserve advertising in our final program. Secondarily, I'm wondering if the partnerships where it says during the course of business, there may be more partners interested in supporting, and you can send them to us, and if we get them to do an ad, you pay us 30%.
Yeah.
That's almost like it's missing a couple of words, because it doesn't sound like it's part of the original grid that we read all the charges on, that it might be something separate. So that probably needs to be discussed a little bit more before we sign. But in general, I know, like for instance, when we do our ad, our program, we have always partnered with Pride, so it's been a flip. And so one direction you're reading the rodeo program and you read through halfway, and then you flip it over and it's the Pride guide on the other side. And so it goes out with Pride's distribution, which makes us a broader distribution, and Pride helps us cover most of those as a sponsorship for our rodeo. So you're talking at least 2,500 for a decent rodeo program if you start on the small ones.
Yeah.
And as you start going up to the magazine size, which will have more pages, and it also depends on the number of pages. So I question.
When they say magazine, they're talking about our program. That was a part of the lingo that they use versus what we're used to using.
Agreed.
But
Say
in their,
what was that?
excuse me, never mind. Correction, never mind.
No, I'm not sure what you said.
I didn't say anything.
Whoa.
And never mind.
No, because I just wanted to point out, because there are, in the Compete magazine itself,
Right.
Yeah.
that there's, you know, centerfolds, Mary was one of them one time, not
Centerfold.
centerfold.
Where do you get copies of that? Maybe.
How broad is their distribution?
Their footprint initially was in the Southwest, but they've expanded into the Northeast, into the Boston area markets, and they went into the Northeast, into Seattle and Portland, and then I believe they were looking to expand into the Denver area as well.
So is this something that's like put out in bars, or? how does
It's
it
a
get
publication, it's a magazine, Compete magazine.
Right, but how is it distributed? Is it like a subscription-based thing, or?
They do a lot online, but I think they do a lot of distribution through a lot of the bars as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Mhm.
So that is one question I had, is what is their hard copy distribution? And could we maybe take advantage on their hard copy distribution of maybe pre-printing a month early the program and including it in their magazine? We've done that in Denver last year, we'll do it again this year, and it was very successful. But to give you a price, a kind of a thought on the pricing, is that, Dave, keep me honest here, but I think the distribution for out front, hard copy print is 24,000, 27,000, and we print those 27,000 plus 2,500 for the rodeo, so 28,000, and we paid 3,900 bucks. And that was 30 pages last year, 8.5 by 11 full color, slick paper.
Well, I think there's opportunities here that we're not taking advantage of, and that was apparent in the first year. There are blogs that we can put on their website, which I don't think anything was ever presented to them.
Well, there was blogs last year.
Okay, good, wonderful. You know, their website ad, their WGRF preview to appear in Compete magazine featuring 2 rodeo athletes in July and August. The WGRF feature story in September through October. This is all in their magazine and it also shows up on their website. You know, there is a lot that we gain from this. And again, we don't have anything else currently in our marketing. We haven't for the last 3 years.
Are you still wanting this little wordsmith a little bit more before we?
I think it's a great opportunity. I think we need to, my opinion is I think we need exposure, we need to take advantage of everything. Just to me, it seems very expensive.
Yeah.
Hard costs. That's all. And to his point, I mean, they're limiting what we can do, and then the outstanding question on how we have to handle the commission with the, you know, if a sponsor gives $5,000, if they know that they're really only giving $3,500.
Yeah.
That's
Do you, Brian and then Lisa?
I was just gonna say, it's March.
Yep.
And by the time we clarify where we're gonna be in terms of location, that's gonna carve out more time. It's gonna leave us a short timeline. We don't have a lot of other options in terms of marketing the rodeo, wherever it's gonna be. And I'd just like to have everybody keep that in mind. We got a bird in hand here, and
Well, Chuck, do you believe, I mean, is there any reason I can't go back with the negotiation with Eric just a little bit?
Yes, you can.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be willing to do that, but I just think if you look at some of these ads, we're already lost because he needed to have something in February. So we were already losing a full page ad in the March, April issue. You know, those are things that we're just gonna start losing.
I understand, but we didn't meet until today.
Yeah. But to me, it's just that partnership thing, and I don't know, is that really an issue to us as a 501c3? I can't answer that question. I don't have that skill
Was
set.
that limiting, wasn't it, Jeffrey?
I understand it's a concern and it's valid, but
Well, from his wording is that we can put 8 sponsorship ads.
He's very flexible, or they are very flexible on that. When last year with the ad, you know, I went through and saw who we had as major sponsors. And we had 6 to 8 major sponsors that asked for full page ads. And the person that does this stuff, she can finagle stuff around, and, you know, if you got another ad, she'll put it in there. They'll put it in there. I thought it was, you know, kind of small too, but depends on what you want in your program. Basically, if you don't have enough content, you put another ad, you know. But I couldn't, you know, no one wanted to buy ads last year, so.
Gene and Mary?
I probably should already know this, but apparently I didn't pay attention, but on that partnership thing, did we get anything last year? I mean, did they bring us any sponsors last year or
No.
anything?
No.
So they hadn't, I mean, I know it's in there if they do, I was just wondering if we benefited from that last year.
They did not.
It's a 24-page publication in case you wanted to know.
I'm confused because I haven't really been part of too much. So we paid them the 44,
Yeah,
that's what
yeah.
they're asking, and they did the program for us.
Yep.
Any sponsors that they bring in for our rodeo,
For the program, well, is it for the rodeo itself, for the finals rodeo?
What's that?
The sponsors is for the finals rodeo?
So
Or
it's
for the,
I'm, the part that he's saying about the commission or, you know.
Yeah,
I
where
think
does that
what-
money go?
what- If you talk to Eric, he's very enthusiastic.
yeah,
What they're trying to do is they have contacts with a lot of big sponsors that are bringing money to softball tournaments, you know, $30,000-$50,000 in sponsorships. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to use that leverage to help all kinds of gay, lesbian, alternative events and stuff like that, and kind of bring them in together because they're getting that money. So they're becoming a resource for that. They know the direct influence to help us, but you know, they're also a funding organization, and they're trying to do what they can to, you know, for their expenses. So, you know, he's talking a lot about even in Texas, there's opportunities in Texas, but there's really no opportunities that they have with the contacts they have, like in Arizona. So it's gonna be kind of based off wherever those funds and money are. But I think the ideal is they wanna help us find us some really good sponsors.
So if we bring in a sponsor that we want to put in the program, do they get part of that?
No,
No.
Okay, so
It's
it's
just
just
an ad.
anybody that they bring in,
Yeah.
they get part of
Only
that?
if they bring somebody in and we decide to do a sponsorship with them.
Okay, that's
we'll
good.
get it.
Okay, gotcha, thank you.
okay.
In reading through this actually still is a really, really, really good deal.
Okay.
I'm focused on the fact that they are a print magazine that is also digital.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what they are offering us in the top half is full page ads in their digital, specialty announcements for our event in their digital. You can't get those types of services today if we were to go to other websites and try and petition to get on there. Even as a 501c3, people aren't going to pick you up and put you on there with the kind of clarity and advertising push that we probably are going to get with them. So that alone is making this deal totally worth it. It does say that the program is a special edition, so it's a separate program dedicated to us, which is what I was sitting there looking for because I was concerned that, to Chuck's point, we would get lost in all the advertising. You know, if the issue isn't all us, then what is it going to be all about? And then you've got the articles that they're saying that they're going to write about us going in. So this is a great long-term marketing schema in addition to, so from that standpoint, I would support it.
Okay, any other discussion?
And one more thing about the sponsorship clause there. They, you know, for example, if they came up with somebody, we'd already, you know, like they said, well, do you have Boot Barn? We already had Boot Barn, you know, we had them already locked in and different things. So basically, we did a lot of work, which was okay. Didn't cost us anything, you know. And plus we got their ad, we already did the ads. Now, like I said, the ads that they did didn't really apply to our rodeo or rodeo info, but
I think then you add a whole different layer of complexity. There's nothing in here that describes any kind of a registry of if we had a previous sponsor and they bring it back in. There's nothing saying that.
we
if Blue Ball-
exchanged lists.
But that's not, if it's not in the agreement, it doesn't exist.
I know,
I
but
mean,
I'm
you
just
can't go by
saying.
just word of mouth. I mean, I get what you're saying, but there's nothing that says Boot Barn is based on our registry, they're already a sponsor, you get nothing. And this is part, I guess where I'm stuck on it, is it says partnerships and agreements. That, if they bring $1 million contract, Coors wants to sponsor you for $1 million, they get 15% of that entire contract, that agreement. Not just this ad, but that agreement.
The way it's written.
The way it's written, from everything.
But the last sentence in that clause says all sponsors and partners are subject to final approval by IHRA WGRF.
Correct.
Yeah.
We could say
They
no.
have that control.
We can say
You
yes
could
or
say
no.
You're absolutely right, Chuck.
Okay, you'll-
Our 10 minutes is up. Okay, so we still need to get wordsmith to sign, or what are we?
Did he agree to the date change? The expiration?
Excuse me?
Did he agree to change the expiration date? Because he's only got it for 20 days, the current contract.
We bumped our date change 3 times, so he's very flexible.
It's probably just a typo.
Probably was a typo, because he knew we weren't gonna discuss it till here. So, do we,
Is there a motion on the floor? There's no
there's no
motion on the floor.
motion.
Motion to approve.
With the current language?
Yep.
That's correct.
It's not corrected in the way they want to.
Second.
Any other discussion?
Well, I guess my question, I'm a little confused. I thought we just had some discussion about potential modifications related in part due to the calendar shift.
Well, we did, but Chuck went ahead and made a motion to approve it the way it was with not fixing that. Jeffrey,
Can we still get delivery of everything in there? Is it still possible to get everything delivered?
Is
That's
that an
in there?
amendment?
Excuse me?
Is that an amendment?
Well, it's a question.
Did you want to propose an amendment to the
What was
motion
that date?
we?
Well, I'm not sure.
I don't even understand if I understand this date range. Is this just the time to approve this, or is this the date it starts and it expires?
I think this deal expires the 21st.
Okay,
I think that's
yeah.
what he's trying to
Okay.
I
tell
mean, the
us.
offer, the
This
offer.
offer
That was
is on the
basically a
table.
quote that they gave,
Right.
right?
Right,
Okay, good.
and if he's willing to accept the March issue information and with an expiration of this offer on the 21st, I would think he can make those dates.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but March, April, for a magazine, they're going to press now.
Yeah, they're
So
layout.
do we already get, and do we have the material ready to go and we know what we're gonna put in? It's not gonna be about finals, we know that.
No, we don't.
It doesn't have to be finals. It
I'm
could be
sure-
anything
I
I ever
understand
did.
that.
It could be our calendar, our calendar. of where we
Okay,
go.
again, this is a
So-
question,
Yeah.
I just wanna know what I'm voting on.
So who's been, okay, did this just come about? Because I haven't seen it at all, except right here today.
Ron
This
sent it out.
compete. Okay. What he did for us last year, maybe not this year, but I feel pretty sure he would, was if there's something like this deadline for the magazine, either he takes it off the price or he gives us another day or another month is what they're very,
Would you like me to call him and ask him?
you wanna call him right now or?
But we ask the questions if not.
Well, I mean, I think he's very flexible on changing things.
My concern is just that we get full value, if we're gonna pay for the full price, that we're gonna get full value of the contract.
He'll negotiate
And
that
that-
part.
That, you know, I'm assuming that either he could roll it into a future year, or he could give us a discount to account for the stuff we already missed the deadline for. And
These
so-
contracts normally come up at convention, and I think due to the challenges we had with some transition in leadership,
Totally
this got
understandable.
lost. So I'd hate to penalize him for our
Yeah, because I never,
You
this
know,
just came to me.
challenge,
like,
right,
for what, yeah.
yeah.
Chuck,
One of those
would
things that fell in the gap.
Chuck, would it work to do a friendly amendment to our motion to say that we accept this with, and I don't know if it needs to be Candy that calls in and works out the details on the paragraph on partnership and the date.
That way we can move forward.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, my question is, it says March, April, July, August, September, October. Could we move the March, April back to May, June?
Right, that would be the kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'm sure he would do that.
So if we could approve this in principle contingent on him making those adjustments with Candy.
Yep.
And maybe say, and the financial side could be approve the contract for no more than X dollars, so that it gives the power to negotiate the price downward if that is an option, to make sure we meet the needs of the other, of the advertiser and the publication.
Send him an email.
Just wondering what the increase is. Are we getting more? From 29 to 44, I'm asking.
I don't have the last year's, but we are, it appears we're getting more
Okay.
in their magazines. We're not getting any more on the program or anything like that.
There are more issues.
Yeah,
Right,
more issues.
so,
One to three.
but the amount has
Okay.
doubled.
Okay. We went from 1 to 3, then that makes sense. So, should have had a motion that was seconded, so you're voting
So
on?
you have the amendment to the motion now. The amendment was to proceed forward, and give you the responsibility of discussing the partnership paragraph
Okay.
and making sure that these dates would work in the March, April, moving May, June, and
Are you accept that?
Pardon?
Do you accept that?
I did, yes.
Okay.
I do.
Point of order.
I do.
I don't know that that amendment, it may not be a point of order, but that amendment seems to me like it can't be fulfilled. Because it's not defined on what she has to accomplish to sign the contract.
Well,
If it's simply that she has to make a phone call, that's fine. And nothing comes out of it, she still signs the contract. Okay, but I wanna make sure everybody understands that it's not defined of what that phone call has to lead to for those two items. So if she signs the contract and nothing changed, that's okay. And everybody needs to understand that. Okay. I just wanted to say that out loud.
I'm not sure
so
how
that-
I would reword that so that it.
So how would you rather the disbursement say? Just make it?
I don't know, because the question about the partnerships for me is informational, so I guess I can drop that from the amendment. And then we're just asking whether or not he can move the dates of the March, April to.
Yeah, no, I did that. I just
So-
asked him that. I just asked him with the partnership part. You sure you don't?
I think the partnership part, or whether we can do that, I think the out is, if we sign it the way it is, and we contact a for legal advice, and they say, that's not good.
Okay, he replied back,
We
we
just
have
don't
time
have
for
to.
the March, April. So what's your next question? Let me just answer it right now.
Good, perfect.
Can we change the word?
We're trying to
Commission
understand,
what?
I'm trying to
to-
understand
or
how
donation?
the last paragraph of partnership works.
I don't have a copy of it. I'm gonna drag down the last paragraph.
Or rebate possibly might be a word.
Which,
Ask
okay.
him if he can change, well, we wanna know how that
We
works.
don't want it to funnel through our IGRA,
Okay.
because I think that's where our challenge is gonna be, is if that money funnels into IGRA, right?
Okay, hang on.
Do they keep it, do they?
Okay, Eric, it's Candace, and the board can kind of hear you, but we have another question. So in your the partnerships, paragraph, we have a little concern on, how that funnels, where you have the 30%, commission. Since we're a 501c3 now, we're wondering how that would work. Would that funnel through compete, and then you would give us the 70%, because we really don't want that funneled through IGRA.
Yeah, we can accept it, and we'll disclose it to the sponsor, so they know in writing.
Okay, that's exactly what we wanted to know.
Yeah, we can change that, just say that the compete will accept the revenue, and then donate the money to IGRA, and yeah, certainly we can do that.
Everybody okay with that?
Yeah,
All right.
fine.
You answered our question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
For some reason.
How's that?
Now can we go back to Chuck's original motion?
Yep.
Without the addendum, because we don't.
I
need it.
withdraw my.
Yeah, we don't need any of it now, 'cause we got both of them. Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Pass. And I will fix the one sentence. Okay? Oh, you know what? I don't know what that is. And then he just walked out. Brian wanted me to bring up the, okay, we need to we need to renew the, trademarks both for the World Gay Finals Rodeo and IGRA. So, all we're doing is renewing them, this will be less than 10 years, so you want me to bring
Make
that?
a motion to renew.
Second.
We're renewing the IGRA, logos, trademark, and the World Gay Finals.
So this is not the enforcement of, this is the renewal.
This is the renewal, and it's the last one, he said.
Right, so after 10 years, then
Yep.
it becomes permanent.
Yep. So we have motion, Terry, seconded by
Yep.
Michael Norman. All those in favor say,
Was there a cost?
Yeah.
yeah, but we,
Money.
Cost of doing business, I don't know what it is.
It's gonna cost money.
it's, yeah.
Everything costs.
I don't think it's a huge amount, Michael.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. If we wanna revisit the logo thing, I think we've all, talked about it, and I think, I was talking to Brian earlier, is I think that as board members, we can agree to, if in doubt, then reach out. Well, I mean, that's what we were just talking about. There's a bit of confusion about it, but, you know, you're having a rodeo, you're doing the right thing. Sometimes it can be, you know, listening to Bruce, talking to, Brian. I think, now that we have, you know, PR and marketing, we have two people we can reach out to. Sometimes it might be, we might not want our logo on something that's, you know, greatly inappropriate, but, so those are the things that we'll want to veer from. Any more discussion on the logo?
So I think the question was, or for clarity, when associations are having events, promoting their rodeo, or just trying to raise money for the rodeo, are they allowed to use the IGRA logo on it? If it's not specific, or if it's not specifically the rodeo coaster, aside from that, can they use the IGRA logo on it, or should they use?
Brian said it could be there, but the way you need to word it is, yeah, proudly supports, but that way it doesn't point money towards IGRA or.
Yeah, I think that was the main concern, because a lot of fundraisers, people see IGRA and it's like, oh, is that going to
Yeah.
IGRA, or wait, is that going to, you know, NSGRA?
Yeah, but it needs to be, that it just proudly supports, or, you know, where it's not showing the money goes to IGRA.
Everybody get that?
Any other new business?
I just want to piggyback and, just on that, just on the whole logo thing, but also is the fundraising events. Anybody that's doing fundraisers for IGRA, please, there are forms on the website to get approval to do those. So if you have somebody that wants to raise money for IGRA, it's fine, including royalty members or non-royalty, doesn't matter who they are. If they're gonna host an event and they're gonna use IGRA and the money's gonna go to IGRA, there are forms and they need to be approved. So it has to be approved by the trustee of where that event's gonna be held. It also has to be approved by the IGRA board, or a member of the IGRA board, or the executive board. So just, if you have anybody that's wanting to raise money, make sure that those forms, as trustees, you guys need to have your signature on those forms. So, just going forward.
Was it in regard ours to her?
Yes.
Okay.
So if I wanna raise money for the arena crew training stuff, I need to fill out that form and get it approved prior to raising the funds for that event.
It's not
I would think so, it's, I mean, I don't,
Yeah, I don't remember.
It's not for IGRA.
There's one for what?
There's one for royalty, but not IGRA, what he's
it's a
saying.
fundraising, it's a fundraising form, it's not specific.
It's just under the IGRA
Yeah, it's
forms.
not specific.
I mean, the
But-
royalty forms, but.
There is an other box that you
Yeah.
can check.
Yeah, but it is, it's.
There's an actual approval, I'm not talking about the deposit form,
Right.
I'm talking there's an actual approval before you ever actually host it, and there's an approval form that gets, supposed to be signed by the trustee of that organization, and also approved by a board member.
I forget, that actually, but that.
We've already bypassed you. It got approved.
I think,
It's fundraising, it's for fundraising.
Okay, I just noticed, so if they're,
And
if
it's-
they go
it's-
peer
this is-
us, they have to fill out that form, and has to be signed.
It's going to see.
Okay, but just for the IGRA, gotcha.
This is IGRA, this is not for your local associations. This is if, like, and I'll just, you know, if, one of my, a royalty team member wants to have an IGRA show or event in somebody's association, they need to have approval first, that's all.
right, that's what I wanted to point out, and I think the way you even worded it is confusing. The form, that form is for an IGRA person having a fundraiser benefiting IGRA in somebody's association.
Separated.
It's
from
not
the
my person, it's not my royalty person having a fundraiser benefiting IGRA. It has nothing to do with the association's person doing it. It has to do with IGRA or some other person outside of that association. It's so that association's notified that there's gonna be somebody there raising money for IGRA in their city. It really, the way you were saying it, Mary, I don't think it's that way. It's not, if my mister wants to have a fundraiser for IGRA in Minnesota, he doesn't have to have that approved by IGRA. Who North Star donates money to, it does not have to be approved by IGRA.
Correct.
Well, yeah.
If I want to use the logo, that does. If I use a logo on there, on my advertisement, it does. But we don't make anybody else who donates money to us get approval for that.
It's more using the IGRA name and taking funds in for IGRA and who's accountable for those.
We're not. We would be taking funds in and donating it to IGRA. I don't, that's not what that form was there for, at least it wasn't when I was vice president. That form is for when IGRA royalty goes into a city, like at a rodeo, and does a fundraiser. They have to fill out that form because that notifies the trustee of that area that there's gonna be somebody from IGRA in there. And then the board signs off that it's okay for us to go in that city. Our fundraising group, the royalty team, to go into that city and do that. But
I read it differently to read the form, but it's okay. It says, any IGRA sanctioned, any IGRA doesn't specify royalties and specify associations and specifies any. But I was just bringing that up, and that was more for the royalty stuff.
Well, no, I mean, we need to.
well, yeah, I mean, if there's a disagreement on what the form means,
Does anybody actually know? Because I didn't know it existed. David thought it was only royalty.
It says procedure, any and all fundraisers at IGRA sanctioned events using the IGRA name as part of the fundraiser, either stated or implied, must be approved in advance by the local association trustee, or a local association officer plus a trustee or executive IGRA, documented in writing, using the approved form below. The point in that and why I brought that up is the royalty team members are required to do that.
Kevin had his hand up.
and I think maybe phrasing it right there is IGRA sanctioned event.
All fundraisers at that event.
At an IGRA sanctioned event. A fundraiser simply in the city benefiting IGRA is not an IGRA sanctioned event.
Kevin.
Let me finish what I was gonna say, and maybe it'll help. When I was working with the Utah AIDS Foundation, as long as somebody was raising money for them and used their name to raise money, they had to have permission based upon their 501c3 from them to be able to raise that money. As long as they raised the money without saying what they were raising the money for, there was no need for that approval from that 501c3 for you to raise money for another one. As long as you're not saying that's what you're doing it for and you're advertising and stuff, you didn't have to do that. Now, if you say you're raising money for IGRA, then we need to have something in there because of the 501c's giving permission to do that, whether it's just a local organization or what that's raising money, even for our rodeo contestants. In my opinion, from what I've studied.
It's hard to raise money if you don't say what it's for.
Right. Well, it's for your own organization, is what you're saying, and you can do with it what you want after you get it.
Right.
Who else was next? Lisa next?
I was gonna say, what happened at convention, even though it was done by the IGRA royalty, it could have been done by David Hill doing a strip show or something. The money was raised and we had to fill out the forms to document that the money was raised, and then it went to DSRA. So it's like, you know, it doesn't really matter if it's going to IGRA or DSRA or TGRA. They need the tracking of the money where it goes.
And IGRA sanctioned events, I agree.
Yeah.
That's a different story.
And it does say IGRA sanctioned events.
Right.
Okay.
I just have one quick thing, and I forwarded this to Ron, but it didn't get in. Back last year, IGRA, Bruce had got with this gay Latino group and had a event. I remember being on that call, and anyway, this gentleman reached out to me, of course, on Facebook, was a bit threatening at the beginning, wanting me to call back and or threatening legal actions and all this different stuff. I called, listened to him. He's what more or less he was implying a lot of things about some members and about Bruce, and I asked him many times for proof. He's never provided it. Then he said that he was going to sue us, wanted to file against our insurance policy on Bruce or whatever. Then he said that we owed him money. I got with David and provided him with audit where we lost money at this event. It was supposed to be huge. It wasn't. We lost money. Then the very next thing, right after I forwarded that back to him, and then I can't remember when he like contacted me again. I said, David sent you this stuff, and then he read it, and then the next thing you know, now he's all nice again and wanting to ask if we'd partner again with him. And so I've understand the reason that they want us is they wanted the only reason in the first place is they wanted to use our 501c3. So now they're having a party at Charlie's and
Is this the, can I ask, is this the,
Vaqueros?
So
yeah.
is this?
No, gay Latino. Anyway, they're having,
Is it still
having, it's at Charlie's in the parking lot, all sorts of stuff. And so I twice I've said, why aren't you getting with CGRA? And so David just pointed out the fact that they want to use a 501c3 so that they can.
Sneaky little bastards.
Yeah. Anyway, based on my, huh?
I vote him down.
Well, I'm just saying, based on this gentleman goes back and forth and the way he first approached me, I was very pleasant with him, got through the conversation. He was still threatening, and then, when someone's going to make accusations, prove the pudding there, and of course he never has. And then it completely, the whole dynamics changed when wanting to, use IGRA again. I certainly, I'm not going to ignore, this came to me, but I consider it the board. I'm not just going to say, take a hike. I want everybody to know about it before I tell them to take a hike.
Tell them to take a hike. That's
Yeah.
a motion.
Yes.
Anyway, so does anybody see interest in this?
A long hike.
Okay. All right, then I'll just reply back that to the IGRA, not Terry?
I've got new business.
Okay,
I've got something also.
okay.
I'm gonna hand out an association list, and I want you to mark, yes, you want association D&O, or no, you do not, next to your name.
Association, do you know?
Yes, for 231.75.
231.75?
Per association?
Per association.
Okay, Terry, go ahead with what your, well, that's passed.
Well, I don't know if there's a form, we cannot find one. You know, with the Diamond T closing, we're going to change venues. So do I need to ask permission or get it approved for a new venue at this meeting? Because rodeo's 6 weeks away.
You know, we'd asked that, but I don't know if that's, they were already approved, but it was approved at the Diamond T, so that was what they were asking. They're just changing their venue, not the dates or anything like that, so is that something that we even need to address, or does anybody have any?
Do you have the venue decided
We
yet?
are working, still in negotiations since this just happened, and we're pretty positive we're close enough to it to say yes, we're moving to Mesquite Arena.
I would just submit an amended application, and then we can send that to the Board of Trustees and ask if they want to review it and if they want to do an electronic vote on it.
Well, probably need to write it right now. I mean, they've got to sign their stuff. They're 6 weeks away. They've already got their tickets and all that. They've got huge losses on, you know.
Officials
print.
already bought airfare and everything else.
So nothing's changing but the venue.
I think the arena's more than big enough. In the original application, we asked to use the laser lights. Mesquite doesn't have those, so we'll go back to the regular measuring for barrels.
I would just submit a new application. We know the situation. I don't think anybody in the trustees is going to have an issue with it. Just my suggestion.
Are you changing your hotel to a hotel that's nearer to?
We won't
the parking
have
lot.
those.
There's, real quick, I want to, Terry.
Come on, turn over to the rodeo director.
So yes, we are looking at a new hotel. There's one right there in the parking lot of the arena, and then there's one literally within a walking distance. You can be there in 2 minutes. So there's plenty of hotel room there. And you know, obviously we're still in negotiations. We're pretty close to it. We haven't signed a contract yet, but we're pretty confident that that's where we'll be going.
Well, you accomplished a lot in a very short amount of time.
And this is a full functioning, they have rodeos there almost every weekend. Full functioning rodeo arena, everything's already set up.
But we've had the finals there before.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can fill out the application and just email it.
Well,
Email it to Ron.
Wait a minute, is it appropriate to say that we would do it in the, we could do it in the pre, or
In the conference
rodeo?
call?
Would there be enough people there, or?
Approval of rodeo is done by trustees, I
Oh.
think.
Do we do it on the
Applications.
conference call that's coming in?
Yeah, I mean, if that's soon enough, yeah.
It's already been approved. I think it's just kind of like an adjustment on their
Yes, I
side.
don't,
So,
it's just an amendment.
Just getting the
so
right
we're- so,
information.
Yeah, yeah. Boogie?
I just want to throw out, if we do have to fill out a new application form, just be mindful that when we do, what's on the website now for us to access to is for 2019. So if we have to submit one, it may look like it's 2019, but it's not. So that's the only thing I wanted to.
We can mark through 2019 to 2018.
Okay.
So.
Heck, you can print your own one and mark the.
I have to.
Any more new business? Amy?
I have new business.
Wow.
So I put one of these on everybody's chair.
That's right. Sorry.
I don't particularly, do I need to read through it, or have you guys looked at it?
So moved.
Second.
There we go. How's that? Okay.
All those in favor?
Any discussion? I think it's great.
What, make a motion?
Jeffrey
I move it.
and Michael, second. Discussion.
I love this idea. The only question I have is how do we know who competed against?
I know.
Okay. I figured that was probably, okay.
And my suggestion is to work with a couple of veterans.
You know, I thought, I was waiting, I knew exactly where she was going with that, rather than say old.
Well,
Seasoned.
that's so easy.
Okay, okay.
Top eight.
Lisa?
Back on that same question, I mean, about how many people are we talking about?
There are quite a few, you'd be surprised. A lot of people have retired from rough stock, but continue to compete in other areas. Or have moved on to officiating or, you know, just being involved in different ways.
Kevin?
It says competed with, they don't, the people who, we would be talking to, do they need to be a member of an association, or do?
Nope.
So you just need recommendations of names of people that we know that maybe competed against her?
Recruit a small group of people to develop recommendations and make a selection. And it could be women that no longer compete. It could be women that, for example, I don't know, let's say Candy Bell. She doesn't compete anymore. She's gone. She would be eligible.
I was thinking of somebody like Linda Peterson.
If she competed against Simone, then technically she would be eligible.
When would this start?
This year.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Approved.
Thank you very much.
Perfect. Any other new business? Anything else that we skipped over?
I don't know.
Did we approve the disbursement?
Well, what is that? We don't know what that is. That's something he put on there.
Okay.
Neither David.
I'm good.
Oh, Chuck, you put it on there?
No, I didn't put it on there. I have a question though, for
Okay.
David. David, do we still have a bucking bull in a storage facility in New Jersey?
I have no idea. Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Adam asked to pick it up and, oh, no, okay. So I got in with Mark Larson. We got him all the codes.
Okay.
I spoke to Adam probably 2 weeks ago. They're still working on, he and Mark are doing a couple of dates, to pick that up.
Perfect.
Pennsylvania wanted to use it. Then I said that depending, they said it wasn't huge, that if, whenever I would go to the rodeo up there, if we brought it back to people, anyway, it's gonna be able to travel around for people that want to transport and use it for fundraisers and everything. But yes, that was the mission. We got them all the codes, and David, Adam, Mark Larson, and a couple others were getting, it out of the storage as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Michael?
It's coming to Texas.
Okay.
One of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's what, there was two, well, I was told there was two, and then when I went up there, I was going to bring one back.
Yeah, okay, because when we talked last week, he brought it up to on the membership meeting, is that he would be hauling one when he's coming down to Texas to compete, and.
Oh, actually, he did say that, he said if I,
Yeah. So.
okay.
Is that the one we used to use at the New York
Yes.
Business Fair?
Yeah.
Yes,
Candy,
yes,
there are actually two of them, but
Yes.
one of them is got broken parts on it. so
Yeah,
it's
I
Okay.
think there's only
well, what
one
we
that's
might do, okay,
functional.
Bill, that might be, okay, that answered the question then, okay.
Yeah, I think last time we were using New York, there was one of those, like,
One that's just being started out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we used parts out to make the other one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did we do the RRA support?
Well, we decided, okay, so that was always put in the executive board, it got accidentally put in here. We can do it really fast, because that way we don't have to try to meet with the executive board again. It's right here. It's easy. Generally, these were done because there was represent, and it was, anyway. No one has a copy of it, but it's
Well, no,
March.
we got it in the
Okay,
packet.
okay.
Um,
March, so, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the rodeo school support request from RRRA.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
I think you can use
You have
the logo.
Can
dates?
I use the logo
I
now?
think you can use the
All right,
logo.
Brett.
Okay.
No, good job.
Anyone's
Day.
welcome, any volunteer programs, I think, anyway, Elena is, like, she's gonna do, use the school for one of those. We have all the events except for, the bronze riding, just because of the expense of it. Anyone that, oh, go ahead.
A tentative date of your school?
It's March 17th.
It's not tentative.
It's set. Frank, we were waiting for the approval, and Brett has he'll send it to you right now.
I would like to remind everybody, if you're having rodeo school, please let me know the date so I can put it on the calendar, because I'm not getting this information from anywhere else.
Okay, we were waiting for approval to give it to you. Anyone that wants training, it's wonderful. We've had several judges come, and we will more than happy to take time and allow the judges anything that they want to learn as well. Okay, that cleared up that one. Okay, so now I think we're clear. We don't know what this one, the approval for disbursements is. That was something I guess Ron put on. So we don't know what that is. We'll have to. Anything else in new business? Announcements? CGRA.
CGRA invites everybody to our rodeo, July 6th, 7th, and 8th at Jefferson County Fairgrounds, number 36. Also on Friday night, we will be having a junior rodeo, ages 5 to 17, 5 categories: barrels, poles, flags, and goat dressings. So it should be fun and interesting, try to get some new things. And congratulations to Phoenix on First Rodeo 2018.
CGRA.
Texas would like to invite you to Texas for our upcoming rodeo, hopefully. That'll be April 7th through 8th. We will be hopefully moving to the Mesquite Arena, which is a world-class facility. So come down, rodeo with us.
It is GSGRA.
Yes, come down to our rodeo on May 11th through 13th in Palm Springs. We have a lot of functions planned Friday night, Saturday night, and again on Thursday night. So hope everybody makes it down to our rodeo.
Cool. AGRA. They're gone. GPRA.
Not here.
Not here. MGRA.
Welcome everybody to our Show Me State Rodeo on September 1st and 2nd. And also we'll be hosting the board meeting, that quarterly board meeting in Kansas City as well.
NMGRA.
Can't beat Zia Rodeo in Santa Fe in August.
NSGRA.
North Star is having a rodeo, July 27th, 28th, and 29th in Hugo. We are having a rodeo. Hope to see everybody up there. It's a long ways up there, but you'll have a good time. What I would ask is if you are coming and you're planning to bring horses, if you could just drop me a note and just, it's not your registration, just give me that idea. We still have an unbelievable shortage of horse panels up there to build stalls with, and so I just need to make sure I have stalls for everybody. That's all. And it does help if I have an idea, not for sure, but an idea of how many might be coming. You'll be seeing more as I reach out through the IGRA Facebook page and the Yahoo groups on
there. DSR?
Diamond State is not having a rodeo this year. We are always the odd year, so put that on your calendar for next year. And also I'd like to say that I'm missing my buddy Tom. That's it.
ASGRA.
Yes, congratulations comes to Arizona again for the first rodeo of the year. I too miss Tom a great deal, and it holds a special place in my heart. It was very important to ASGRA in recent years, particularly when we needed that strength. And he is missed already, and I'm sure he's going to be missed even more as we continue forward.
NGRA?
Nevada Gay Rodeo Association is excited to welcome everybody back to Las Vegas, the 21st through 23rd of September. It will be our 20th rodeo event, so we are looking forward to this anniversary year for ourselves. I was going to say something.
Gilbert?
Michael Brent has left, and so has Ron. But for the record, thanks to Arizona for stepping up and hosting the meeting. Ilgra will not be having a rodeo this year. There's a lot of active fundraising going on, and we have a full, how can I put this? We have a royalty representation covering all 4 categories, which hasn't happened since there have been 4 categories. So, we did great things.
Migra? Red River, Brett Ranger.
Oh my. I'm not prepared to speak, but we do also miss Tom greatly and remind you to come to our rodeo school if you're available. We'd love to see everyone.
Sacramento, no one here. SGRA?
Condolences to Frank. Frank, thank you for being here on the loss of Tom. Very big loss. Also to GSGRA on the loss of Jimmy Golden. And if not enough, Steve lost his dog Dixie, so it's like, God. But SGRA is not yet ready to have a rodeo. We're still, seeing if we can get some interest down there. We're not going to give up on it. And appreciate everybody being here. So let's have a good rodeo first of the year.
KSGRA?
Well, things are progressing. We're planning for our rodeo in June. There is a possibility of a venue change, kind of like Texas. Our farm show facility may not be available to us in June, so we're looking at Plan B and getting all our ducks in a row. We're doing trail rides. We have our royalty contest coming up at the end of the month. And we also acknowledge our losses with Tom and Jimmy from Golden State. We're ready for 2018, and thanks to Arizona for this weekend.
UGRA?
We're all looking forward to hosting you in Salt Lake City this November. And if you're in Salt Lake, we host a chow down every Saturday or Sunday, second Sunday of the month at one of the bars there. And in July, if you happen to be there, come join us. We're going to do High and Beer Day with a Mormon funeral theme for the food, which means funeral potatoes if you've ever had them, and hopefully a lot of Jell-O.
SRRA?
Oh, can I ask him a
Oh,
question?
go ahead.
May I ask him a question?
Sure.
Will we be there for convention on the second Saturday, and what is a chow down?
What is a chow down? Well, when I grew up, chow down was where everybody came and ate as much as they could for $5.
Stomach bust.
Go ahead.
I forgot to mention the other rodeo we have is Best Buck in the Bay in San Francisco on September 14th through the 16th. And that's on schedule in Duncanville, so I apologize, and hopefully everybody can show up there too.
We have SRRA? Anyone? Guess not. Meeting adjourned at 4:30.
10-minute break, and then we got trustees, board of trustees.
4:23.
Unless you want to get some. County Association. I just saw. Yes. Board of Jim, you saw it. 19 associations, we have 12 here, so we do have a quorum. Do we believe everybody's here?
Jack will be back, he went to get a soda.
Who?
Jack.
Jack, is Jack on there?
Yes, he signed it.
Yep. Okay. Do we need to do a roll call that I haven't signed up, or are we good with that? We're good with that, thank you, sir. You're welcome. Need to do adoption of rules of debate.
So moved.
Thank you. Need a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Approved. Approval of previous minutes. We have the November 9th meeting minutes from Little Rock and the November 12th that were in your packets. Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the November 9th or November 12th previous minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very good, passes. Unfinished business 2018 rodeo review checklist that was sent out to everybody. Is there any discussion on that, or is there anything we want to review? Frank, did that come in your packet by chance? Thank you, sir. And I did pass that over to all the trustee vice chairs for their review as well. Everybody said that they were okay with that. And Frank has it up on the board. Some changes about the stock as far as steers, because it's they've been changed on that, so that was updated. I think there was some changes on weights for everything but team roping. I think that reflects that. So do we want to get a motion on the floor to approve?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? No discussion. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Approved. New business membership standing committee, effective January 1st of 18. Get in here. Got it right here. Oh, thank you. Look at that, he's added. Is there any discussion on the membership standing committee?
Didn't we fill the vacancy in Little Rock?
Division 2 was filled. Hang on.
There it is.
Jack.
Was it Jack? Yes. Jack, you're Division 2, right?
Yes.
Membership committee, okay. Yep. Very good. Any questions on that? Do we have any action items on that? Yes, Brian?
Chuck and Frank, Bruce Crowe is still listed on the website as membership standing chair.
Okay.
That's gonna fix as soon as, I get the new listings.
Okay.
And also, I did get with Frank to make sure all the trustees' information is correct and updated on the website. And if you didn't provide a picture, I went out and found one, so you might want to take a look at
Once I'm there, they do the 3 years.
one. That'll motivate you. The next item of business, World Gay Rodeo Finals 2018 variance request. Is that coming from you?
That was for the arena in Denton.
Okay. So that's kind of off the, no longer valid. Very good. So no action item on that. Keystone State Charity Rodeo, Michael asked me to table this until our conference call. They don't yet have all the information on that, so we can have no action item on that. The next one is when to call executive session or closed meetings. I think there was some questions on that. And I thought Ron had provided us some bylaw excerpts. Tom, did he have that in there?
I'm
Or Frank, I'm sorry, oh my God, my apologies.
Would that be standing rules? I'm not sure what it would be in.
The only standing rules that he provided was the logo.
The logo?
Discussion, so that's it.
Okay, and I searched our documents, you guys, I can't find anything in bylaws, standing rules, rodeo rules that has anything to do with when we call an executive session or a closed meeting. I think there's been some, comments made in our social media about some of the stuff. I think we need to be as transparent and honest as possible. But if we have some things that require that, I know in our governing documents, the EPRB is probably the only thing that really is a closed meeting. But if it is something regarding our employee that we do have, then that's something as well that we probably want to do that. So if that's something we need to consider for convention, then that may be something somebody wants to take up. Is there any other discussion on that?
Chuck, just quickly, you pointed one item out. Personnel is traditionally an area where nonprofits and other corporate boards have closed meetings. Personnel is the obvious one, and litigation. That was the other
Litigation.
two other
Okay.
categories.
Great, thank you. Correct. Any other discussion on that? There's really no action item. Next one, interpretation of IGRA logo. I think we've covered that with the board meeting. Is there anything here, or do we yet know who is enforcing that, or what action we take? Or who will take that action? Brian?
I think it's incumbent upon all of us as board members to keep an eye out over what's going on in social media and out and about. And if we see use of the logo in an inappropriate way, to notify either the president or the public relations person. As Bruce mentioned earlier, perhaps creating that, proud to be a member of IGRA logo thingy that they can use without implication implying that we're responsible or receiving funds would be a good idea, and I'll work on that in my spare time.
Very good. Any other discussion on that?
Chuck, I was just gonna tell you, I've been actively working on with John Hill, trying to get the, IGRA Australian Facebook page down, and Brian was looking and Dave was looking. I had to have a copy of our trademark stuff for Facebook to pull it down for us or whatever. That was one issue that we were working on.
Okay, great, thank you for the update. Any other discussion on the logo? Interpretation or use? Okay, next item, certification seminars for 2018. Guy, did you want to give us a?
I don't know why that was on the agenda. I was just wondering myself.
You have them all, you don't, are they, did you want to go over the email that you sent me real quick on the ROC committee meetings?
Those?
And
Okay, I can do that.
okay,
So we scheduled the ROC committee meetings. They're gonna be quarterly, beginning next Wednesday. It'll be the fourth Wednesday every 3 months, and then convention will be an in-person meeting, in Salt Lake City. And then Jack had sent out, a schedule for judges' calls, and I think he had some seminars on his, and maybe he wants to speak to that part.
Yeah, I talked about that a little bit in the board meeting, and the committee report as well. Thank you.
did you want to talk about the test?
Jack and I gotta work on the test, but I gave it was in my report at convention, so nothing's really changed. I didn't really have a report for this
Okay.
meeting, but
That's
our goal
fine.
is to get an electronic test ultimately, and for recertifications, have an all-encompassing test that covers all the areas, so.
And there's a couple things.
And
in the
people are
work
kind of
that we're working on.
cross-trained, and we're helping each other and complementing each other, as opposed to against each other sometimes.
And we're working on the electronic process right now.
That's
There's
right.
some stuff
I saw
as well.
that there as well.
So.
Good point, okay. Thank you. Any other questions or discussion on that? Next one, IGRA website. We have no convention reports for 2014, 15, and 16. I think we need to determine who has that information, if we can get it, and if we can get it transcribed. Frank, I don't know if you have any of that recorded.
I'm not quite sure what you're referring to as reports.
The convention meeting minutes.
I do not have that stuff.
Okay, so I think Pierre had,
Bruce was the secretary.
correct. So we need to be aware of that. We need to figure out what we're gonna do to resolve that, because there's a lot of information in there that we need if we have to go back and to verify certain things. So I don't know, Candy, if this is something the board wants to take over, or Jeffrey?
So, I'm sorry, just for clarification, my mind was going in two different directions. You're not talking about the minutes from the convention's meeting, you're talking about the minutes from the convention itself, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I will ask that question when you get them all.
We may have to get some communication out to Pierre. I'm not sure
Okay.
how we would get with Bruce or whatever, but,
Okay.
Brian?
Question for Frank. Frank, did you record those meetings?
I tried, some of them got recorded, some of them didn't.
Okay, so the Saturday and Sunday sessions of each of 14, 15, and 16.
Some of them I have. I couldn't tell you exactly which ones without looking back and
Okay.
checking it. One thing, just so that you're aware of, I numerous times, each one of those years, asked the secretary for that information, and I got no responses.
Correct. There was a lot of effort going in to try and get them.
You just may have to weigh the value of having someone listen to the 2 days of discussion and shorthand it out.
6 days. 6 days.
And I would suspect that we might want to consider just getting that started. Based on the fact that I know we asked Pierre for those several times
I
already.
would think he still has them. I would be hopeful he still has them.
And of course, we know we're not getting any communication from the other secretary at that time, so.
Larry Lindstrom,
Bruce.
Bruce.
and Pierre.
But 2016 was the first year that Ron took. Pierre was 2014,
No,
Bruce was
Bruce.
2015, I thought Ron took them 2016.
No, Bruce was the secretary in 2016,
Yep.
got elected president in 2017, in midterm. He was the secretary in 2016, got at convention, got elected president,
Nope.
after only been secretary 1 year.
3rd year.
And that's how we ended up with,
So he's got 2 years, got it, thanks.
So we'll work on that. We'll take that off as a side item. Trustee terms, I think he gave you a document on that, Frank, as far as where everybody's at. We need to review that and make sure we have everybody balanced out. There it is on the Jumbotron. So has everybody had a chance to review that, make sure everything is up to date and correct? Anybody have any discussion or anything they want to point out? Anybody like to review it a little bit more?
What's the date on the top name?
2025.
What's the date?
Well, I mean, is that supposed to be through November 12th, 2020?
I believe so. Yeah, because the first group expire in 18, the second group are 19, and the other one are 20. So this takes us through November of 2020. Okay, correct. Brian?
Chuck, for NMGRA, I was just reelected in 2018 to another term.
Apparently they only want you for a year.
Yeah.
Okay, can you mark that down? We're on to verify NMGRA trustee term. So you should be through 2020 or 2021?
2021.
2021, but we don't have it updated, so
Okay.
it would be the start of 2020. No. Has anybody else been re-upped in 2018?
Why would you re-up early?
Excuse me. I wasn't re-upped early. I was expired last year.
You expired in 17? What's that? You expired in 17, or your trustee term?
What year is this?
18.
Okay. So I expired in 17 and was
renewed, 18, 19, 20.
Correct.
Okay, so you expire 2020, your term. Yeah. So we just need to make an adjustment on
Chuck,
that. Yes, Gene?
but, if you remember right, didn't we at convention just this year, didn't we reorganize some of these to spread those out? And I thought that you was one of them, because we made that comment that you were just running for reelection, and they made the comment that it would only be 1 year because of the realignment.
Okay, that makes sense. So you just need to make sure your association does election this year for the
Right.
next 3-year term. Okay, okay? Very good. You can scratch that. Okay, any other discussion on this? Okay, no action items on that. ROC recommendations. The Board of Trustees has the responsibility to approve the recommendations of the chair and the leads in the roles. I think the recommendation from the committee was Guy and Jack were going to co-chair. Am I okay?
No, I just want to, I was talking about better reason higher.
Okay. I'm just giving what your recommendations are for the chairs and then the leads. Jeannie McLeod is for arena directors. Shoot coordinator is Denise Reinhardt Stange. Scorekeepers, timers. There's one other thing in there.
Secretarial.
Secretarial is Michael Norman. And who am I forgetting?
Judges.
Judges, which is Jack.
And Tom.
And Tom. Thank you. Are there any concerns or any discussion on that? We do need a motion to approve their
So moved.
recommendations. Thank you. Is that a second? Jeff? Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, those in favor of the ROC recommendations, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Recommendation passes. Next action item is selecting the rodeo checklist trustee for this weekend. Okay, everybody put your hands down. You're going to make this difficult. Okay, rodeo review trustees.
I'll do it.
Okay, we need 2. Have anybody else?
I'll do it.
Okay. Did you jot that down?
Unless it involves me.
Jean and Amy are rodeo review trustees.
Is that okay, Gene?
And please remember, we all have the responsibility to assist them, so everybody should be watching security gauge, watching things going on. If you see something, report back to them and let them communicate with the rodeo director. So it really should
Gene
be
and
a
Amy are
team.
doing review, not checklists.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, sorry. I'm ahead of myself, or behind myself, I'm not
That's
sure.
rodeo review, we don't have a checklist yet.
Correct. Rodeo safety trustee.
Nominate Lisa.
Second.
What do they do now?
Just assure that all of our safety practices are being adhered to.
Okay, I'll be behind the chutes, so
Well, that's a good point. So she is
behind the
volunteering,
chutes, I'm not,
which may make that challenging.
I mean, challenging.
So are you declining?
I'm declining.
Okay.
I would, but
We can put names in a hat.
I'll be happy to do it, but I'll need to talk to somebody to make sure I know what I need to do.
Okay. Brian, would you help him out? There you go.
checklist.
Okay. MGR. Jeopardy. And Brian Giovanni. Checklist trustee. Going once, going twice. Anybody that's not competing, not volunteering, not officiating?
You got Terry, you got
Garland?
Garland.
Okay, Garland's right.
I've seen it done.
What's that? Who's that? Garland?
Yeah, you got
MGRA? Now I can make my spiel. Make sure everybody assists him.
If you see something wrong, cancel me.
And as far as review trustees, remember we have that new process. Okay,
Hand
so
over
we-
the money.
We want to make sure that we are assured of that. Frank, do you have time to put up page 40 from our rodeo rules?
Chuck?
Yes.
I think you're about to do it, but I wanna make sure. I really would like to clarify that rule just a little bit with the addition of the new piece to it, and make sure that we're all in agreement about what it means.
Big book, page 40, sorry, the document, PDF. It's under
So what does this pertain to?
Rule 11, rodeo review procedures. And it starts with item 7.
Chuck, do you have the handbook all in one document?
I do.
Can you email it to me?
The PDF?
Yeah.
Can you, to me as well, Chuck?
Sure.
66.
What's the,
Page 40?
66 in the rule book.
66 in the rule book.
The 45?
Number 7, procedure.
Get your 45
And this was, we did.
Page
send
40 in that one, Tom. Or Frank, God. God. There it is, right there. So I think A is still pretty much the same, B is still pretty much the same, and then C, immediate action submissions must be accompanied by a filing fee of $40. Cash filing fees will immediately be refunded if an immediate action rodeo review results in the decision being changed. For all other decisions, the filing fee will be split between finals contestant fund and the host association. So the trustee needs to make sure they get that to the IGRA or treasurer. Rodeo review trustee will contact the involved official and present the concern. I think that's pretty much the same. Is there anything in here we need to discuss, Gene, that you?
I just have a question.
Sure.
I don't know if we need to discuss it, it may be pretty simple, I don't know. Oh, you were down in the procedure, and I wanna make sure that if we look at the rule items, 2, a rodeo review request can only be completed on decisions involving misinterpretation or misapplication of the rules and procedures of rodeo. That's not changed, that's always been there. And I guess I just want to make sure that whether it be a rodeo review immediate action or a rodeo review, whatever we called it, I don't remember.
Well, presumably they check a box on the form,
Right, regardless of what that, if it doesn't fall under number 2, meaning that is when one of those 2 can be filed, I in the past have not accepted it. In the past there has been 2, but if it didn't fall under a misinterpretation or a misapplication of the rules, we didn't accept them.
That's what it says.
And I just want to make sure that we all agree that that has to be complied with, the item 2, before we go to the procedure. That's all I'm wanting to clarify.
And I appreciate that. There's another interpretation on here with the word completed in there. Is it allowed to be started? Because in Rule 1, it is more about an opportunity to track some errors or something like that.
Right.
For ongoing improvement.
That's why I'm asking this question. It's
correct. So I don't think we want to deter people from the process. I think we definitely want to make sure if it's a judgment call, there's really going to be no value to take their $40 and try to proceed it forward because it's a judgment call. But if it is something involving misinterpretation or misapplication, then it could move forward from the initial documentation.
Sure.
But that's just another interpretation of it. I think you're right. It's an opportunity for us to try to be consistent in what we're going to do this year. Is there anybody else that has some input on that, or? So I think really we're trying to do them a justice here and make sure that we listen to what it is. If it really is revolving, hey, they said I touched the bull, but I didn't. It's a judgment call. Okay, there's no sense, if they want to file it and document it, that's fine. They've already written it out. We can probably just keep it and move that to the specific committees, but they're gonna know it's a judgment call. I can see it both ways where, you know, they filled it out. I would hate to take it from them and just throw it away or say, well, it's not gonna be worth anything, but maybe that's true.
Well, I can tell you that in the past, when I said I didn't accept it, as a rule, if they did come to me with it filled out, I did take it.
Okay.
And I wrote on it,
Okay.
did not qualify for rodeo review.
Okay.
And item 2, that's what I used to do when they actually written it up. I didn't want to just say, no, I'm not gonna take it. I told them it didn't qualify based on that, because it was not in that area. But I also didn't report it I just sent it in.
Correct.
With the rest of the paperwork. I didn't report on it at the post-rodeo review because it didn't qualify.
Okay.
So I guess I don't really have a problem with that. I just don't think it should be included in with the educational ones that we're trying to document, or the possible need for a rule change. And they just don't want to submit the $40 to try to get it changed today, because those are real. They obviously qualified, is all I'm saying, and they're making the decision whether to pay the $40 or not.
Jack?
I was just gonna suggest, this is a change, and I wish I was confident every contestant reads the rule book every year when there's a change. But to help support that educational process, I'm wondering if it might be a wise idea to print out this rule or that page and post it at registration tonight so people are aware, because we are asking for cash on hand. And I would hate to see, if it is a legitimate concern, maybe on the posting board, but I would hate to see someone forego a true opportunity that it should be filed because they didn't have $40 cash on hand.
Could you put a note to ask Ron Trustley to print out bylaw, or rodeo rule 6 in its entirety and post it on the contestant running order board? Great idea. Appreciate it. Any other discussion?
Well, what would we like us to do? How do we as trustees want us to handle this as far as Rule 4 or Rule 6.2 versus the procedure? I don't think we ever answered that. We've had a couple of ideas.
If the contestant brings it to you in writing, if it's a judgment call, you can take it, let them know it probably won't do any value to go forward unless they want to spend $40 on it to, really go that route. If they're just coming up to you and discussing it, you would let them know, and we use that as a training opportunity. I'm good with that. Does anybody else have any considerations on that? Okay, very good. Thank you, G. Good questions. Garland, thank you for stepping up to be the checklist trustee. And Amy and Jean for doing reviews.
I have a question, because the list is almost done. I seem to recall an active EPRB against Herb Siemens. Are we going to discuss that?
That's our next meeting, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I have nothing else unless there's more new business. Seeing none, we are adjourned at 4:59.
Way to get it done, Chuck.